And maybe should have the budget schedule, though, correct?
Yes. She made it to our, was it our first meeting?
Well, she was at the last meeting.
Jessica came to the last one, but I don't see her here tonight. Is she here soon now?
No.
But I'll do the best I can if you have questions.
Did anyone see where Jessica made the radio the other day about a call with chickens? It was kind of interesting.
She was also on television, and apparently she's going to be on the Kelly Clarkson show, which I'm not familiar with, but I guess that's a big show.
Well, she talked about how she put the chickens in the back of her truck, in her vehicle, and then they climbed up front and sat on her shoulder while she drove, and she went through Dunkin' Donuts and got them donut crumbs and stuff. And
it was cute.
It was comical.
It was. People need a laugh, you know, so.
We have replaced, Nathan's been involved in it. The other town managers, myself, we did replace her car, which was a surplus state police K-9 unit. We flipped the equipment from the 14 Ford Explorer into a 19 that we got through an auto broker. It came out of a police department. And so she has a new, better car, and there is some expense to outfitting that new car, and that's in Public Works. Nathan takes care of that, but we bill it back to the other towns. It's a three-way split on everything. So we should be good to go with that car, hopefully for another, period of years. It's been all dog or animal equipped. They take out the interior and put the aluminum and metal and cages and all the things. So basically from the front seats back, it's no longer a passenger car. But we took the passenger car interior out of the one that we bought and put that in the old one. So that's going to go to auction next week, which should hopefully get us $6,000 or $7,000 towards our capital expense for the new one, the new used one.
So I'm assuming that we're paying 500 and her total gas budget is 1,500. Is that correct?
Sharice, you want to take that one?
Yeah, that's Raymond's share.
No, okay. Yeah. Just with people filling up their tanks right now, like for one fill up, it's hitting $90, $100. So
yeah, fortunately, Nathan's got, we're locked in, excuse me, with our gas and diesel rates until June 30th, but we don't know what those are going to be.
Okay, good.
And starting in July.
Okay.
Any last questions for animal control? Public Works. No questions for Public Works? How's that sand and salt holding out?
Good. We're good.
Good. We're good.
We didn't run out.
Nathan, no talk so much.
No news is good news. Quietly slide under the radar.
Well, thank you, Nathan. Solid waste while we have you. Nothing for solid waste? Town buildings.
Oh, Joe.
Sorry, Joe.
On solid waste, where are we with recycling?
Well, we have a recycling committee that's been meeting monthly. Rolf's a member, and I expect they'll be writing a report. Are you talking in terms of expenditures?
Yes.
Okay.
Whether or not we're going to stay with it.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. So basically, we're in the process of, coming to a final report. I don't want to, speculate too much, but my sense is that if the mission originally was to look at, not doing recycling, I don't believe it's going that direction. I would let Rolf, as a member, maybe speak on that if he's willing.
And there's still research that's going on, but I mean, yeah, Kathy is on, Kathy Goggins.
Yeah, that's
is on
true too, right.
too, as well as Karen Lockwood. So there's, you know,
Right.
but, you know, there's a number of different things that are being looked at. But, you know, we're under contract with Casella that goes out for another couple of years. So, I mean, if we're doing any changes, it's not going to be an overnight change. It'll have, you know, anything that's changed, it would be phased in or whatever, as far as I would believe, because we're still under contract there. But, you know, they've been in some of the meetings and given presentations and things too. So yes, and all those are available on the web.
And I would say that the other thing thank you, Rolf, and I didn't realize I should have, we had 2 more members of the committee. It's there's a lot of all in the family here in our town committees, but anyway, they are looking at ways to mitigate costs by getting the wet food waste out. So that's a area of discussion. They're looking at education, you know, to improve the quality of the recyclables, but no final decisions have been made. But I remember the original charge, and I think that's what you're speaking about, right? Yeah. So, but I guess we need to wait till the end, right? Recycling committee members. I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in on it. Kathy, Karen?
I think when you say you want a recycling committee, the people you're gonna get to volunteer for a committee like that are people that want to recycle more. And I think that's one thing the committee is finding. But we are looking at, you know, can you do more of the composting, more of the other things? We've had some really good presentations by the companies, and it's been interesting to find out where the money goes in that. And you're going to see, I think the committee is going to want to encourage recycling, but also, as Dawn said, reduce the weight of the trash by taking the food waste out, because that's about 40% of our trash. And if we can reduce that, then we'll save some money.
Thank you, Kathy. And Karen's been attending some statewide meetings, and I think you plan to do that again this year, correct? And so you get a sense of what other towns are doing and whatnot.
Yes, I plan to attend a seminar that's coming up, I believe, in early May. And they have some good topics to attend.
Teresa?
So I hate bringing this up now because we're talking budgets, but I'm going to put this out there. So what are the hopes maybe of possibly getting something to do with the dump back in Casco? Kathy's like, no. No.
You're saying to participate in the transfer station with them?
As far as having a place to take our
Oh, you're talking bulky waste.
yes.
Bulky waste. There are many options for bulky waste, Teresa, besides Casco. You know, I recommend the former MWAC Maine waste action, I guess now, but if you looked at MWAC, are you talking because of the price of being a non-member to go to Casco?
I haven't had to go to Casco, which is good, but I know we had it before, and I know people want somewhere close is what it is, instead of having to go far. Don't raise your hand, Nathan. Don't do it.
Nathan, go
You've
ahead.
been quiet this whole time. Don't do it now.
Well, we've got the Casco transfer station, and you've got Kinsella Waste on over in Naples, which is they're pretty easy to deal with. And
Okay.
Don said MWAC, they're a little bit.
It's actually Maine Waste to Energy. I don't know why they changed their name. MWAC was so easy to remember, but yeah.
To
Go
the
ahead.
place in Auburn.
So, all right, because I think we weren't allowed to go to Casco currently. I thought that they were
You
closed.
can go to Casco, you pay a non-resident rate.
It's
Okay.
not free.
Yeah, but you only can do bulky waste. We've never been able to go to their MSW side or the recycling side. We were only allowed into the bulky waste side. Never been able to take our household trash over there.
And in the past, when I've come to you with, and I don't do it anymore, but way back when I came to you with alternatives, you know, it's kind of like the third rail of Raymond government. I think people like the system that we have. It's a very convenient and full service system, a premium service to be sure. And if you look at it environmentally, you know, you got your pickup roadside with 1 truck or 2 trucks with recycling, and you're avoiding hundreds of cars to go somewhere else to the transfer stations. That's one if you look at environmental savings as that, and then the time and effort to do it. I think the selectmen over a long period of time have said they like the system of the roadside collection of MSW and recycling. And we've not adopted a paper bag system. I brought that up a number of years ago. So there are some things that you could do if you want to mitigate costs, but you know, we have a premium service when it comes to the MSW collections. And
Right.
I think that's something we have wanted to do.
I'm just thinking the big stuff.
That's bulky waste, and there's a lot of places you can take it.
I wrote them down. Thank
All
you.
right.
Go ahead, Sue.
We have a sheet in the town office that we give out on a very regular basis that has a list of all the places, what they take, what their contact information is. So the public's welcome to come in and get it as our select board members.
And by way of history, why we got rid of it was we were appropriating $150,000 and it was increasing. And we looked at the number of people who were using it. It was a very small group that was populated by a lot of contractors, in fact. And so then we went to a coupon system, gave people, you know,
Yep.
a couple £1,000 or something a year. And the selectmen in those days eventually decided that it would be more appropriate, and a lot of towns do it this way, as a user pay. So we withdrew from the bulky waste, and that's where it's been. It's a
Who
user
are those selectmen that did that?
pay. I couldn't tell you now. It's been a long time ago. I don't remember.
Just joking. Just
Yeah.
joking.
It's a long time ago.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for my next project, you know?
But at the time, it was a budget savings, and it was seen as something that is so, you know, specific to an individual that it would be, you could pay and not use it, or a lot of people were using it a lot.
Mm.
So.
Yep.
Or some people using it a lot, I should say.
Any other questions on solid waste?
Nope.
Okay, let's move on to town buildings.
Don't do it, Teresa.
I was gonna ask, but I thought we already passed it. I'm gonna shut up. Nobody else asked. I'm gonna let it go. Don't.
Nothing for town buildings? Cemeteries.
That's Sue. Are you dying to speak about anything?
I think the only thing I would say is I really truly appreciate the support the select board and the budget finance committee have given to the $3,500 a year that I put into restoring the old parts of the cemetery. If any of you have had a chance to look at it, it's really quite nice looking. So, and it's preserving the historic value of the stones, so you can still read them and whatnot. So that I do appreciate.
Thank you, Sue, for the work you're doing on the cemeteries.
Thank you.
Let's start with recreation, then we'll move on to Tassel Top.
Be happy to answer any questions.
You're taking the Nathan approach here, Joe. You don't want to make some sort of a statement about where we've been over your inaugural I guess it's your second year, but
Yeah,
a lot's
it's been 2
happened.
years. No, it's been great. I kind of did some. I like to do a calendar year of revenues to kind of, because that's when things will get split. Like a lot of my programs or events get split in the fiscal year. We reached in total with Tassel Top and programs and events $144,000 in revenues So that's a really good indicator of kind of the activity that's going on in Raymond. So thank you guys for supporting that. And now that we have hopefully a normalized year coming up, that it's going to continue to grow and continue to be active for the community.
Teresa?
So Joe, I've had a couple people ask me what's going on down at Sherry Gagnon Playground. You might want to do some kind of update on Raymond Rec or something. They said,
Okay.
where's all the equipment going?
The
So,
playground.
yeah.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. That's being installed there.
Yep. So if you
Um,
can just give some kind of an update on Raymond Rec or whatever, so people can
Yeah,
see it.
I'll put it up on the Facebook page and
Okay.
yeah, we'll give an update. Nathan and his crew and our parks foreman did get the swings in, so that's good. We hope to get that in this spring as well, the playgrounds. We'll make an update.
You've been steadily kicking off new programs and collaborating with other towns, collaborating with the chamber. I know you've been working with a lot of, entities to try to, bring new things to Raymond, which I think the families with younger children are really appreciating. That's what I'm hearing anyway.
Now's a good time to put a plug in for anything that you need, like any kind of donations or anything like that.
If anyone wants to donate Easter baskets for prizes, that's going to be coming up on April 16th. We have 61 children registered right now
Wow.
and counting. So
Wow.
we expect a lot of gift card donations from the chamber, Civic Lakes Chamber. So they've been really good partners on that front. But we'd like to give say like a basket prize. So if you find a golden egg, you can get a basket to choose from, and so we are looking for those as well.
We
also
have
start
our,
go ahead, Don.
I was going to say, we have our donated bus from the RSU ready to go.
Yeah, we'll be looking to partner with SAC. They're going to be doing a summer camp program through RES this year, summer. So to help with transportation costs, drive them to Tasseltop Park, and so a little short field trip. So we'll get the children out of the school and into our parks, and I think that's going to be a great feature of that program. So looking forward to that.
Does a school bus driver need any special credentials?
Well, it's me for right now.
Okay.
So you just need the CL Class B and passenger endorsement. So I don't need the school bus endorsement because we changed the paint color.
Would we help somebody obtain that classification? Some local person might want to do that. Would we help them?
We can, we can try. Go ahead, Nathan. You have something to add?
Can't on the CDL license anymore. You have to go to school after
No,
January.
I'm saying, but you give them some time I know you've done that in the past with your guys. You can't do that.
Can't do that anymore. You have to, federal government changed CDL licensing rules, went into effect in January. Any change in class from anything from C all the way up through is have to go to a Northeast driving school or something.
Oh,
like that.
wow.
Yeah, it's $4,000 to $6,000. That's gonna really hurt stuff like this, public works departments and small operations.
And you have to have that before you obtain the CDL.
Correct.
Wow.
God, we changed the color for nothing, Joe.
Joe's our bus driver.
There are many caps.
Any other questions for Joe?
No.
I see none. Thank you, Joe.
Oh, it looks like Dennis does. Dennis Morse.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Dennis, you're muted.
Okay. So now can you hear me?
Yep.
Now that my grandson is starting to play sports, I'm starting to notice things around the fields, and I'm curious which line is for mowing. Several times we went down, and is it the project and maintenance where mowing comes in, or is it something that the school does? T-ball in particular, the lower fields.
Is that Sherry Gagnon Park on Mill Street? Is that what?
No.
No, T-ball's at the school, Jordan Small Middle School, I believe.
Right.
Yep. No, the school
That-
does that.
Yeah, that's through RSU 14.
School does that.
School does that.
Mhm.
They have a full-time maintenance staff up there, that mow all the Jordan Small.
I only went twice and the grass was about 6 inches tall on a Saturday, so they mustn't work during the week. They must mow on Sunday.
No, that's unusual. He's done a pretty good job up there. Tom's the one that takes care of that. He's got quite a bit of mowing up there, so I think it's one of those deals that life's all about timing. You might have hit it at the wrong time, but he usually keeps that stuff pretty good up there.
And the other question I had is the benches there, the racks were all, some of the planks were loose, and I didn't know if that was a ongoing project. You could see where they were doing some work.
That's all with the school. We'd have to ask the school about that.
Okay, so there's nothing in here for the fields except the Sherry Gagnon on Mill Street?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I guess we should think about that field as well as the school. I believe that comes back to us if the school does.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that will be our field. Yeah.
All
go
the
ahead.
properties that we signed over to them come back to us,
Right.
except for RES.
Yes, that's correct.
But actually, what we were looking for is who to talk to mow Saturday morning early, if it needed mowing. That's really where I was asking. And where I was headed.
I'll give Tom a call and see what his schedule is coming up, but I'm assuming everything that's done at the school goes through the school, and Tom would be up to speed on it, but I can definitely raise the question tomorrow when I see him.
I don't mind volunteering, but either way, Nathan, I'll talk to you later about that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for recreation? Then we'll move over to Tasseltop. Go ahead, Teresa.
All right, Joe, when we started you on staff and hired you on, it was slow because it was COVID, hit us pretty hard. And so I know you were building things up, Tasseltop, a little bit of time. I know you've made a lot of changes and things are opening up, and now you've taken on Raymond Rec. Are you doing okay? Seriously, I want to make sure you're not superly overwhelmed that you leave us or whatever. I guess I just want to make sure that you're good to go.
No, it's been the workload is definitely not slowing down, which is how I think we kind of predicted it once we acquired all these different entities. I've got really good volunteer support right now. A lot of the program. Nathan, his crew, and adding Parks Foreman, our Parks Foreman Eric has been a huge load off my shoulders as well. Taking on a lot of those big projects and some of the project planning. So Nathan's been helping out a lot. We couldn't do it without him. So we're doing well. I would think probably next year we'll be looking at a shared admin between Nathan and I to help with kind of the phone call volume that comes through, some of the organizing and some of the back end stuff on my end of managing the memberships, the customers service type piece of administrating the programs, stuff like that. So I'm doing all right.
I thought that was it. I thought that part-time admin was in there now. Am I missing it?
Yeah, I think we took that out. We wanted to make sure that we had a space first.
We haven't, oh, sorry, Nate, go ahead.
I and Joe had talked to Melissa about trying to help us out with that. She's there 5 days a week, or 4 days a week, I'm sorry. And we were talking to her about possibly coming down here for 2 and working up there for 2 with Kurt. The problem, like Joe just said, we've got to get the facility down here a little bit more acceptable and a little bit more safer work environment for that.
Can she work at the town office, but give her a different line?
It seems on paper to work really well, but when you're down here and everything's down here and it's a 4-mile trip up to the office, you get up there, you forgot something, you gotta come back down. We're trying to make it a little easier. We don't have a storefront. Joe's finding that to be more necessary than I do. That's the other problem, is having a place to, where do you go?
Okay. And Joe, your maintenance guy, some good news with him?
You're talking about Barry?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, he's him and Karen are working their way back up, but we won an award through the Maine Recreation Parks Association for outstanding parks. So I'd like to present that when he gets here, and it's definitely well deserved, and
That's
it's
cool.
great to
That's
honor
really
him.
good.
Yeah, I wish he could have made it up, but
Oh, that
he's
is
enjoying
good.
the sun in Florida. So
Great. All right, I'm done. Sorry.
Dennis?
Joe, I'm impressed with the revenues. I was on committee for a little while, and I'm curious as to the increase in the cabin rentals. Is that because you're going up on the weekly rate, or is it just the demand has come back on what you're proposing?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. We actually just increased the weeks. I think we made when I first got here, I think we might have made $100 increase on the cabin rental. But it stayed at around $1,100, $1,200. $90 of that is because of the lodge and tax estate issue. So that's $90 of that. No, it's just we increased the weeks from 11 to 21.
Wow. And it's in the book.
Yeah, it's awesome. Barry's done a lot of work too to kind of extend the life of the cabin and really bring it into the fall season and early spring. So from Memorial Day till about October, we have booked. So I think we have 20 weeks right now, the 21.
And it's $1,200 a week now?
And it's $1,200 a week. And I get, around the season, I get about 20 calls.
I recommend
a week about the cabin. So,
well, great job. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dennis.
And aren't we going to look at other, things that could generate revenue and also generate community interest down there to utilize without, doing anything that would adversely affect the rustic, feeling and use of the park? So not development issues, but, we do have some ideas on, having that be a community venue and, for other things that could generate revenue.
Yeah, the top priority, and I think the immediate necessity is the public bathrooms down there, getting a septic station. That's got to be priority one, and priority two would probably be getting Barry a maintenance shed not near the cabin, and something a little bit more modern. So that's probably priority two for us looking ahead for projects.
Kathy?
Just so the budget committee knows, I know the selectmen know, but with the opera funds that we got this year, the priority of that is to do the septic system in the bathrooms. So hopefully, Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's kind of next fall, won't be for this season, but hopefully the septic field will be put in for this fall, with the bathrooms to be for 2024 summer season.
Yep.
So we hope we should have enough funds in the ARPA funds, so that won't come out of the tax dollars at all.
Yes, and once we get that piece, then definitely those other revenue generators, possibly more cabins. Talked about a pavilion that could house, farmers markets, stuff like that. Craft shows. That's definitely in the master plan in the future. So we're still in phase one.
How did your winter carnival go?
It was surprisingly, it was perfect weather, perfect everything. We had over 250 people attend. It was one of the best events I've ever been to. And the PTO, it funded a lot of their programs and scholarships, and materials for teachers and all that stuff, field trips. So it was very great partnership, and the support was awesome.
It's good to hear. Any other questions for Rec or Tasseltop? I see none. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, guys.
RTP. No one wants to speak about RTP.
Oh, we already discussed it early on.
1,000.
Then we'll move on. Raymond Village Library. Whose idea was it for the library to finally merge with the town? Did we go to them and say we want the library, or did they come to us and say, we want you to have the library? Don't hide your face.
We went to them.
You
Well,
went, you did go to them.
the answer was yes.
Yeah, yes on all of it.
I can't be correct all the time.
Well, it kind of went, it was, both sides looked at it, and their board there was receptive to looking at that. They, obviously they had to have discussions among themselves to see if they wanted to be taken over. But, there was positive feelings on both sides of it.
It's a very good idea.
Go.
So what is the number to run this as a town department? Because when I look at the sheet that was provided by the library, their FY23 budget is $191,850. Yet, if they run as an independent nonprofit, their FY23 budget is $149,263. Why is it so much higher to run it as a town entity?
Does it, I'm wondering if it has I don't do their budgets. I don't do the budgets.
Thank God for that.
Shut up, Joe. Can we block him out? No. I'm wondering if it's because of the insurances and stuff, but I'm not positive.
Well, you have the employee benefits, you have the, an attempt over time to get to a market wage. Those are a couple drivers. Charisse?
I also noticed that they add employees to run it as a town department. Yet if they run as a nonprofit, they cut hours for their directors.
There's 3 people that work there.
Right.
Right.
So if you look, they
What page
increase
do you-
hours for their
The what? I'm
adult
sorry, Joe?
service.
What was that?
Their adult service librarian is 40 hours.
Yep.
Right?
Children is 25.
Right. The wages are a lot lower. So they become a town department and we give everybody a raise and the town picks up that cost. Why doesn't the budget just transfer from what they would run it at to the town? They provide health insurance, they do all that.
No,
Oh,
they don't
They
do
don't
health
provide
insurance.
health insurance?
No,
and the wage
So
that they
what
pay-
number are we looking at? Is it 191,000? Is it 136,000? I mean, the numbers are everywhere and we don't have a good number.
It's 201, Joe, after I had plugged in some, we've been in touch with our salary analysis company, KMA, and we looked at their wages, what they're currently making, and over time, we want to get them to a marketable wage adjustment, as well as the other full-time employee and the other part-time employee. We're looking to incorporate benefits, health insurance benefits, and dental benefits, which they presently do not get. And I don't believe they are getting retirement as of right now, any type of retirement program. So that's the big driver. But then Allison and I, you know, we kind of looked through this a little bit finer in, you know, some of the actual line items. So you might see some minor changes in that respect, but it's primarily salaries and benefits.
I thought that 201,000 included the 66 that the town gave them.
It
So
does
shouldn't
not.
it be less than that? So it's 201,000 to run something that they say they can run for 140.
But they're also putting in more hours. Because on here it's looking 40 hours and I don't think the library's 40 hours right now. They just added another day because they were 3 days before, and then they just added in, I believe, another day now. So it's upping their hours also.
So upping their hours is costing the town $60,000.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't do the budget.
That really doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense at all that it's going to cost the town $60,000 more to run something they can run for 149,000.
No, because again, we're adding in the benefits.
But why are we giving them such a huge increase
It's
when
not-
they were working for what they were
Well,
being paid?
What I would say about that, what I'm hearing is that we're kind of on a break point with respect to retention. I mean, I don't want to speak for, you know, people possibly not being there, but if you look at the wages that they're getting and the wages that we're going to, that they are not, you know, particularly high wages, particularly the ones they're being paid now. And, you know, and then they have to buy their healthcare from that if they have healthcare. And so the idea was to take a look at the survey of like libraries, public libraries, and to try over time to get to the midpoint of that KMA private sector salary analysis. So it is significantly more than what they're getting, but it isn't a huge wage, I should say. It's a market wage, a midpoint market wage over, I think we're gonna try that over a couple of years, Sharice. So yeah, it's a change, but right now, I mean, I'll let Teresa, you're on the board, you can speak to what you think of wages and benefits, I guess.
The wages and benefits are awful. They are. And that's one of the things that they have a hard time because, you know, they're raising money, so they're trying to keep them there, don't lose them. But they can definitely find better paying jobs somewhere else. And I hate to lose them. They're good. They're good for the community. They're good for the library. They offer a lot of programs on a very tight budget.
And how long have they been there?
It's time for a change, Joe.
I'm asking a question. How long have they been there?
Allison and them?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been
I
on
would
the board.
say Allison's been there about 3 or 4 years, maybe, something like that. That's my guess.
I think another way to think about it is that they've been working for a discount. Like we've been getting their labor at a discounted rate because it hasn't been at market value. And the people who have been paying that difference are the people who are not being paid the market rate. That's the people who are doing the work. And you have to have a master's to be a librarian in a lot of positions, and to ask someone with a master's to come for no benefits and under market value salary is a hard ask. So I think it's important to keep that in mind.
Very well put.
I'm just saying it's awfully hard to spend $60,000 more because it becomes a town department than when it was a nonprofit. Now they've been working there the whole time. They may be underpaid, but they choose to work there. Why isn't it more phased in? Why don't we go to 175,000 and then next year go up? I mean, it just seems like a big chunk of money to be spending, and I know it's sacrilegious, it's a library, to question the dollars here.
But Joe, I think $60,000 more for the benefits and the wages, is not a lot more.
Oh, you're talking $140,000 more to the town is what you're talking.
I know, but again, I think there's so many things. And if we're going to bring them in as a town department, then we're going to treat them as a town department. You know, we do the wage studies for everybody else. And like Abigail was just saying, I do believe Allison has a master's as far as the librarian goes. And again, they do it because I got to say, there are people that do jobs for just the money. And then there's people that do jobs because they love the job and they don't get paid crap, but they do it because they love it. And I do have to say, there's 3 people there that do a good job for crap.
Any other thoughts of the library? Then we'll move on to the next one. General assistance.
We are seeing more general assistance through the pandemic. Thankfully, we also have our community assistance fund to help to mitigate those costs. And so we have had a number of people put us on their charitable giving program, I guess. And so we're very thankful for that. And but for us, it's a, you know, an increase over what we have seen. But we do have a reimbursement from the state at the 70%.
70%.
70%, so 70% reimbursement, but you know, it's a larger number for us, but it's a small number for a town our size.
Any questions?
The other thing, Bob, I'd just like to mention that this is one of the areas that by state statute is allowed to go over budget, as well as road improvements. So that is, you know, one of the cost centers, if you will, that can overrun without, you know, penalties or question. We do have a very good general administrator. I must say that she does a very good job and she seems to enjoy it.
I would agree.
Yes, she does.
We'll move on to RSU 14.
That's out of our control. Until you.
Who's gonna speak on that one?
That's just a placeholder as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if that school district, you know, from where I came, the superintendent actually did a presentation before, you know, the selectmen. I don't know if the RSU 14 does do that with us. They don't.
They used to when they were in town, we did, but now they do have a validation of the budget though.
Right.
You can thank John Baldacci for that, because when he pushed for the consolidations and whatnot, he decided that towns really didn't need to review the school budgets. They would do it as a public hearing, and that was that. So you can thank him for the fact that they do not have any beholden to us as far as presentations.
I think there's maybe that 30, maybe 35 people go to those down in Wyndham.
Sue?
I did have a conversation with Superintendent Howell this afternoon just before we closed, and they are going to do an in-person validation meeting this year. Again, it will be on May 18th. I'll be getting it on the website and on the sign and whatnot tomorrow. But that's something to look forward to.
Any other questions on the schools? Now, there was a proposal for saving revenue for keeping the buildings updated, or when we do take ownership of them, we would have funds available.
Nathan, can you speak to that? I think you talked to Bill Hanson about that, did you?
I don't even know how to answer that question, Bob. We need to look at it, and I don't know what the number is to set aside for that. I suggested 100,000, which I think is quite high, but we're gonna know better here in the next year when we're gonna get them, and I don't have a good answer for that, Bob.
I guess I misunderstood the question. I thought the question was the school can allocate some monies that they're not going to do some improvements because they're moving out and they have.
Oh, the money allocated for their
Is that the question, or is it the other question?
No, it was the money that we were putting aside.
Okay.
Oh, that was the 100,000. I set aside. I asked to set aside 100,000 for that and 100,000 for Public Works Garage to get this conversation sparked up. Talking 22 to 23 or 4 budget season that facility is going to be turned over to us. That's
not until 26.
Yeah, see, Bill told me 23, 24, and I just talked to him today, and he reassured me it was 23 or 24. So that's where the problem comes in, because the numbers all over the place. And Joe mentioned that in the meeting, our first presentation. So I think at this point, I would have to agree with everybody that we just find it out, see what happens.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. What did Bill Hanson tell you we were going to get the building when?
He talked about this 23, 24 budget year. That would be when their building's going to be done, and they're going to be turning it over to us.
No, they're not even going to build the build. They're not going to be into their new school until 2026 is what it is. And Chris Howe and I talked the other day, and he gave me a list of everything that they've updated at Jordan Small. It's in on my desk in the other room, so I can send that out to you guys. But he said he gave me a big list as to what all has already been done for the school. But it is a process. They won't be moving into their school until 2026. And the board does have to vote on it. My concern is I don't want to jump ahead too fast because I don't want to jinx it. And then they use it for some adult education and we don't get it as a community service building.
Well, there's a lot of steps to it. The school's got to vote whether they're going to, we got to vote whether we're going to accept it.
Exactly.
What Bill Hanson told me is their only intention is to turn it back to the town of Raymond. So
that's what Chris said too.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's no other, they aren't even entertaining any other option.
But they're saying that the board still has to vote.
Oh yeah, both boards have to. The board
Yes.
has to vote to take it. They have to vote to
Yes.
give it up. Yeah, this process to this still.
Rolf knows it's 2026 that they're even thinking to get in that building.
So we're ways out.
Yeah.
Sam, I keep muting you because you have background noise behind you that we're hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
So, that was I was trying to get ahead of that, and we've got plenty of time.
Yeah, we discussed this last time. I'm in agreement with Joe that we wait a little bit, and of course we can bond, but we're going to need some development money. And in that regard, it's kind of a chicken egg problem. But if we have time to think about it, we don't have to do it this year. We can we don't have, you could set aside money, capital reserve budgeting, but we have a very good, bond rating, and so we can borrow money, inexpensively. But then again, you do have to have money to do renovations and try to get in it. So we get to this issue of with Wyndham, and I guess we should assume that it'll be the same for us. They're turning over their school to Wyndham for reuse, and they have money that they're budgeted, the school does, for certain improvements that they won't be making now because they're not going to be there. And my understanding is that money can be utilized by us, that we can have, and that's what I was asking you to speak about. I was confused about the question.
I was confused too. I'm sorry, Don.
No, I confused. I was wrong. You understood this question correctly. But on his question, I'm saying, let's go with Joe's approach. Now I'm to the other thing about school money.
Because I know they were going to do the new safety at the Jordan Small School. They were going to put money into that, putting the office out front, like they did at RES, but they're not going to do that now because why spend it on it? But I don't think we can get monies from them for that, can we?
I think we can.
I understand this money that goes into their budget is earmarked for upgrades to that building, and that goes with the building, from what I understand. I don't know how that works. Don knows a little bit more about it.
Well, I don't know a lot about it, but there's going to be some money in some sort of a fund, I guess, that will be turned over to us with the buildings for things that they would have done but aren't doing because they're not going to be there. That's all I understand about it. And Joe, you might have talked to me about that because you're on the committee in Wyndham. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm on the ad hoc community center.
So tell us about what happens with the community center in Wyndham, which is going in their school, right?
Well, I think it's gonna be the same scenario that we're going in, because the Wyndham Middle School, they're obviously gonna be going to the new school, right? Jordan Small students are gonna go to the new Wyndham Middle School. So the old Wyndham Middle School will be turned over to the town. Same as Raymond. There was talks about, some funding from the state that goes into the building that could be used for updates and upgrades prior to the town taking it over. So it's definitely, that was a conversation that happened in our committee. It's the same RSU, so I wonder if that would stand for Jordan Small as well. It could be different too with what's been earmarked for Wyndham Middle School rather than Jordan Small Middle School. So it could be a different scenario, but that's what was talked about.
Kathy?
I remember last year, they got a lot of that funding, that they did like at RES for the whole safety stuff from the state grant. So they had it for RES and Jordan Small School. So if they got it from a grant, it probably has to go with that building. That was Department of Education, I believe.
We can get clarification on it, but I would think that the goose gander rule would apply. If they're turning funds over to Wyndham, they should be doing that with us. For improvements they're not doing.
And that was a discussion before COVID. So, around 2 years ago. So, I mean, that things could have changed, but that was talked about as incentive for the town of Wyndham to take over that building as a community center. So that would help with the transition, from going from school building to town building.
So I think what we should do is maybe Nathan, me and Nathan, we should get together with Bill Hanson and talk about that.
Just looking at my notes, the construction is 23, 24 is what I think what he's talking about. So yeah, it'd be 26. But yeah, I think we at least should start the conversation with them, Don, and get it. This is a huge undertaking.
Right, and if they've got some money that they are not going to utilize that comes in a reserve fund to us, maybe that's where we get our seed money to look at the development and engineering planning, and then we, as Joe suggests, go to a bond for the work itself. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have to look at all that.
Well, we've got $35,000 a year for facility upgrades. I mean, that's a start towards it.
Right, maybe you start towards the development planning piece, but the renovation of the school is going to be
Millions.
a large ticket.
Yeah.
But it's also going to be when it's complete. If you look at a good example would be Gorham and what they did with their old elementary school, I think it was. It's a spectacular facility, and that could be the case at Jordan Small. You've got the space there to have a community center, library, town office. You could have an adult ed center. You name it. The space is there. So it's an exciting opportunity. But it's a ways out. And so I think we should look at what funds might help us from the school, if any. And if they're doing that with Wyndham, they should be doing it with us, I would hope. And so then look at, as Nathan says, we do have some development funds. We could perhaps bulk those up a little bit as we get closer. But the big money is going to come from a bond to renovate it, I think.
Any other questions for the schools? Employee benefits.
Can I be quiet and slide under the radar on this one?
Sure, go ahead, Therese.
The biggest change with this particular cost center, I'm hoping everybody recalls, but I was hoping that the board would consider amending their retirement program for employees and the personnel policy. Right now, it's a tiered approach, and it's really not competitive in the marketplace. We have several employees. I mean, it starts out, at 1% after 1 year, then it jumps up 1%, as you tenure with the town. And, we have several employees that, they're either at the 1% match, 2%, 3%, 4%. And it's so that particular line item for retirement was factoring in what I would hope the selectmen would look to doing an amendment to the personnel policy retirement plan to be more in line with other municipalities on what they offer. I mean, it's not main PERS, but it certainly, get up to, I would recommend a 6% match, up to 6% match, and which means basically doubling that particular expense. And then factoring in, of course, premium increases, they're not going to go down by any means. And we did have a slight increase, but we also changed, made a slight change in our health insurance plan in January. So it was very minimal, and it's very comparable to last year's plan. And that's about it. And because when you increase wages, you increase the Social Security costs. Social Security and Medicare contribution.
I would agree with her on the tiered system. Nobody's doing that now. That's a vestige of, the past. It carried over from the original personnel policy. It never changed, but, it's not something that we've, thought about. I think it came about through the difficulty of administering it for one issue, trying to keep track of where everybody is. And, in surveying other communities, looking at what is provided, generally speaking, you go through a probationary period and then you go to a rate. You don't do it over a period of years like we've been doing. And around us, I think the rate is about 6%. That's pretty typical.
Any other questions for employee benefits or insurance? Who wants to speak on county tax?
Ralph does.
Ralph?
Well, this year, I believe we're going to get some benefit from this community study. The ARPA funds will be used to fund this public safety study, which is a major thing. I continue to tell you the Sheriff's Department is a great service that we have with the county. We got a used car for the code enforcement office from the county. So there's a lot more, I'm sure, but it is what it is, the county tax.
Mm-hmm. No other questions? Debt service.
So I don't know who it was initially that had asked about, making the change in the minutes. Was it Abigail or Karen in regards to the maturity schedule of the existing outstanding bonds? After looking at the amortization schedule, they mature in FY 2025. They were 10-year bonds issued in 2013 and 2015. And the reason why a 2013 10-year bond doesn't mature in FY 23 is based on when the first principal payment was due and paid. But the, if you look at the amortization schedules, they are in your budget books as well. The only other change that I added was financing, looking to finance a new rescue combination utility rescue unit for the public safety department, and using some of their reserve funds to, contribute towards it, and but not depleting their reserve fund, and financing. I think we estimated 500,000 for a 10-year period. And as I mentioned previously, we are in an interest rate rising market, so it's best to kind of plan that by the time the budget gets voted on, that interest rates will have been increased by then.
Joe,
Teresa, why does your interest payment go up when your principal's going down? It goes from 9,000 to 12,000.
I think you're
On your
looking,
2013 bond.
you're looking at the 2022 year to date of 9,000, so that's
Yeah.
as of December. But you also have an interest payment that's going to be due and payable in May.
So you're paying 3,000 a quarter, or
Well, it's semi-annual. So you're looking at your 2013 bond, and the 2022 budget is 16, and the 2023 interest budget is 12. So it went down $4,000.
okay.
The principal, it appears that the principal is what they call equalized payments over the term of the bond.
Okay.
And I'm just not sure about, the finance charge.
Joe, are you looking at the 9,000, or are you looking at the 16,000? Because that bond, the interest is that.
Yeah,
that
I'm
one
looking
is
at
a
the
year- that one's a
9,000
year-to-date
year-to-date.
figure. Huh? Yeah, you were looking at the year-to-date instead of
Yeah.
the budget figure.
So for
It is a
2023,
it is a decreasing interest payment.
right, shouldn't it be less than 12,000 then?
You're going from 16 to 12.
Well, didn't you just say you have a $3,000 payment due in May? I don't know.
The
I'll
2000.
stop asking questions.
It's okay. So the interest payments in May, it's gonna be, May 1st interest is gonna be 7,000. We already paid 9. That's why we budgeted 16. So come the end of the fiscal year, we will have paid 16. Next year, the interest payments are 7,000 in November and 5,000 in May. So I'm budgeting 12, and I'm just taking it right off the amortization schedule.
I think what might have thrown him off was when you said 3,000.
Oh,
Not taking it off the schedule. That was confusing. Possibly, I don't know. But it is what it is. I mean, it's right there. Right?
we all set with debt service? Capital improvements. Dennis,
Quick question for Nathan. It says in the written on the second page that we're replacing the 209, the 2009 CAT excavator. That's the one that our subcontractor owned, and we're buying our own now. Is that what that is?
We
Or did we
purchased
have
that, we purchased that from our subcontractor 5 years ago, I believe it was. And
Okay.
we're trading up. We're looking to trade up. It depends on how the market is. I haven't really seen anything really favorable. We're gonna be looking for like a rental unit or something used. That but the market's not really been very favorable for any good deals lately.
Excellent.
The idea
I
there
was
is
just
kind of
curious.
Sorry.
What's that?
That makes sense. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The idea there is you're gonna go with a slightly larger machine.
Correct. We're gonna go up essentially one size of what we got.
And the benefit is production.
Benefits production, the machine we got's got quite a few hours on it, and it's getting to a maintenance point. I don't want to get, I just think it's time. Anything bigger than that, we rent it, so.
It makes sense. Thank you.
And occasionally we do have to rent a very large machine when we get into the, really
On
big
our-
stumps and boulders and things.
On our big projects, we usually, for the last 3 years, we've rented a significantly larger excavator from rental house for 2 weeks. We line the work up. I guess for no other reason other than pound their machine and not ours.
Any other questions on capital improvement? Nate, is this where you put in your funding request for the new maintenance facility?
Yes, I've got an account, maintenance facilities or municipal facilities for capital improvements on all the town facilities except for the fire department. And we added 50,000 into that to do a renovation at the old District 1 Fire Station, 47 Main Street. That's the shared office for Joe and I, and that's where we'd like to kind of spiff it up a little bit, clean it up. It's overdue. It's kind of an eyesore in town here. And we're right in the middle of town, so kind of thinking kind of nice to clean it up.
So that would include the exterior work it needs as well.
Yeah, that's exterior, interior. We're taking one bay out the short out, and that's where you'd walk into an office. We're adding a bathroom, and we're expanding the mechanical room, and new siding over the brick, and paint it and clean it up, and add the public water to it.
It just won't be the same. It won't have the same charm as the existing bathroom. That existing bathroom, that's really nice.
Dennis.
I'm just curious. I don't remember the history, but I know that we had a couple of shared utilities with the library. Was the well one of them?
No, yeah, we're right now, our water's up to the library. And when they came through with the water line, when you were a fire chief, you added a stub out here for District 1, and there is a stub for the library building up there.
Okay, and the septic system, is there any upgrade to that? I know that was an issue.
We put a new septic system in 4 years ago. Just the leach field. We didn't have to do the tank. We just did the leach field.
And the other question I had, is there any room for expansion there at all, Nathan? I don't remember ever exploring that.
Very little. The piece of property that sits on is about 20 feet outside around the building.
Okay, thank you very much.
Revenues. Nothing on revenues?
Yeah, the only thing that I'd like to mention is that, we'll plan to get with Alex on, his proposed permit and fee increases, for the board to look at in June and see what that change to the CEO revenue line might be, could be 10,000. I don't know. I think we've pretty much looked at everything else and
We've made some changes in fire rescue though, right? Or we're going to do that?
we did already. The latest revenue sheet represents the increase in the medical reimbursement fee that's collected. We initially had 160,000. We've increased it to 175 and feel really confident that we would, at least meet that, if not exceed it slightly. And I think that was about it for changes. The revenue sharing, that was published on March 14th. That change has been implemented. I think that's about it, because we do some interlocal, local sharing of services. Nathan does roadside mowing for a couple of local towns, and we do, bill them, for our time and equipment. And because this season we took over the plowing of the schools, plowing and sanding. And then we have a shared employee with the town of Naples, and he'll be starting back with them the third week in April. And it seems to work out really well.
Right, and the other thing that Nathan's pursuing, he's working on, you may want to talk about the marketing, the services of our mechanic to a couple of our neighboring towns. It's not fully, I guess, at a point where we can say that we have a, cemented relationship, but maybe you want to talk about that, Nate, what you're doing.
We're talking to Casco, and we've done actually one job here just this week for Naples. That's really about it. The other talks to Casco is about the roadside mowing.
So we're talking about doing the PM maintenance on some of
Correct.
the equipment. They're beginning to baby step into public works, both towns. And so they don't have the ability to do that. And so it's a service we can provide, and it's a revenue center for us. We can save them some money as a, neighboring municipality, but also it's a paying proposition for us. Time allowing, our priorities are ours first.
Our stuff comes first, Public Works and Fire Department, and then if we have a balance of time and we can help them, we do. It's worked all right now.
And same with rental of equipment. If the equipment is idle and it's something that we can, feel comfortable leasing them, we do that. If we need to do it with an operator or something, time permitting, we can look at that as a revenue source too.
I think most of the stuff that we're gonna, and we've looked at this a little closer, anything that's registered or going over the road, we're gonna send with one of our employees.
Right.
Or goes with one of our employees. The smaller stuff, we've got to come up with a fee schedule with them. We're working on that right now.
And they basically got very, very little. So I think that as they ramp up and get into public works, it's a good neighbor thing and it's a good revenue thing, I think.
Yeah.
And we do the same thing. I mean, we borrow equipment from other towns, the bigger towns, Wyndham, for instance, and Gray. I mean, obviously we trade back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Bruce, did you have a question?
Yeah, actually a comment, and we touched on it a second ago, but the fire department will also be looking at a lot of our fees and making some proposed changes for those, as well as renegotiating the Fire Island contract this year. So that will pose some changes. I just don't know when exactly or where we'll exactly land on those items. So just kind of keep those in the back of our minds that there will be some changes proposed there.
That's been a good relationship, though. They've been, a steady customer for that service, and then also they're our best customer for used fire equipment as well.
Correct.
So that's worked out well, and we haven't taken advantage of it for a while, but there was a time, and I guess we can still do it if we want to, where rather than mothballing their trucks, they permitted us to use them in the winter, or use one in the winter while ours were being serviced.
Right, we haven't done that in several years, but yeah, we have.
Oh, it's something we can do if we want to.
Yes, exactly.
So they've been cooperative with us.
Correct.
I'm gonna move on to public comment.
There seems to be no public to comment, sir.
Well, we have some budget finance comment. Select board comment. Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the select board meeting. It's Monday, April 4th. Yes, I'm looking at the wrong meeting. Can everyone's here tonight? I see Lonnie. And sorry, give me a second because I pulled up the wrong agenda. I pulled up the April 14th one. Leave it to me. I know we need approval of the minutes, correct? Hold on, let me pull it up. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so we need.
Make a motion to approve the March 8th meeting minutes.
Yes.
We'll help you out, Teresa.
Thanks, I found it. Cool, thank you.
I have my hand up.
Thanks. All right, new business. We are gonna add something else into this new business. We'll do the TIF ideas and we'll do the quick claim. But one of the things we haven't had yet is a discussion amongst the board members regarding the warrant articles. So I want to, I guess, talk about all of them first. If anybody has any more questions, any more, changes or whatever, and then we can make the additions and then go from there. All right, so discussion of new program ideas for TIF review. Does anybody have any new ideas to stick into that? Don't all raise your hand at once.
No.
No?
We discussed a few at the last meeting, so I would assume they're already on the list. being
Yeah.
looked at.
Right.
They're all pretty well discussed.
Okay.
Have we received any recommendations from Shauna?
No, we haven't started yet. So the first step would be to generate some ideas. And as Ralph indicated, we do have a list started here. We just wanted to see if there was anything else that you might have. And then we'll, Kurt's got a timeline, but he has not started now.
All right. Then we're going to throw that back at Dawn to come up with some ideas with Shauna.
Kurt and I have some ideas, so if you think of anything in the meantime, just get in touch with us.
Okay. All right, consideration of quick claim deeds. Sue, look, is that you or Sue Carr? No, you are Sue.
He and I are somewhat interchangeable. So I believe you have all of the deeds in front of you. There were 4. It's actually for 2 parcels, but both of them were sold, and each person that owned it had different pieces of the deed that needed to be quitclaimed. So that's why it's kind of doubled. So you've got map 17 lot 24A for Joseph Jensen III, and that same map and lot again for Jeffrey and Kathleen Proctor would be the first 2 that I have.
Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the quick claim deed on map 17, lot 24A, 23 Outlaw Ridge for Joseph Jensen and Jensen Proctor.
Second.
All in favor? Lonnie?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next one, please.
And then there's map 50, lot 4 for Jennifer and Kevin Simpson, and the same map and lot for Samuel Knowlton.
But do we need another one on that other one? Another motion for the Proctors on that one? For both?
Joe included both in
We
one.
did
motion.
that.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve a quick claim for Samuel Knowlton, Jennifer Simpson, and Kevin Simpson on map 15 lot 04 at 19 Main Street.
Second,
All in favor?
Yes.
Thanks, Lonnie.
Sorry, I'm still working on it.
Nope, that's right. All right, good. All right, now back to. All right, we're done with those. Consideration of town meeting warrant article recommendations, but before we do that, I want to have, I guess, some board discussion on how everybody's feeling about these. Joe,
What?
one of the issues the other night that you had questions about is the library.
Correct.
Because the library can be definitely confusing. So this is why Rolf is going to take this moment to explain it.
Thank you, Ralph.
Well, essentially, we started a little bit after the new year there was discussions between the library and Teresa, and a committee was formed to look at, did it make sense for the library to ask to become a town department? So they through their board, went through some soul searching and what their mission was, where they wanted to be. They came to the conclusion that it would be a good idea to become a town department rather than remaining on their own. So at that point, a committee we got together and drafted a memorandum of agreement, which outlined how the transfer would take place, what the duties and things would be on both sides, and that the library would retain a 501c3 division that would be used for doing fundraising for some things that they could then give to the library that would be at that point be a town entity. So part of that was also looking at overall budgets for a number of years, as well as what funding would come over from the library's accounts and whatnot when the transfer was done. And because they were going to keep that 501c3 area there, it was decided that they would transfer all buildings, materials, and whatnot, including all their assets, funds, and things like that, but retain $15,000 for that 501c3 group. So essentially, everything is, if the town votes to approve that, it's all coming over. So then the other things that were looked at was, from a budget standpoint, what would it take to run that? And because it was going to become a town department, it was looked at that we wanted to have the pay rates and things like pay rates and benefits be the same there as it was with other town departments and things like that. So due to that, that's where the higher figure for benefits came out versus where the library had been. It's something, and then also adding some additional hours, but it's something that the library had wanted to do for years, but was afraid that if they had any major issues come up, that they would use that money that they had. So they didn't want to take the money from their reserves to use that to help pay for those things. But with that coming over there, it doesn't make sense to have one town department have different rates and benefits than other areas. So that's where that came from. But in the discussions, there was also, the funds that were coming over would be designated to be able to use toward the library only, not essentially not to relieve the general fund of the town, but to use against things for the library. So when we get into the discussions on that, it's one of the areas there is taking some of that money to help mitigate some of that increase in the rates and the benefits, in order so that there's not as big an impact in there, with the hopes in looking at things as we coordinate things over the next couple of years on insurances and things like that, we'll be able to recognize some savings in there and hopefully offer some new and different benefits there as well. That's kind of where that all shook out from.
Did the MOU ever come to the full select board for discussion?
Yes, it did. We voted on that on October 12th.
And we signed it, yeah.
I guess I missed that. Or what was in the MOU?
In the MOU, it went through what the big thing was all assets, property, land, buildings, books, and all personal property and monetary assets would come over. It got into how the structure would be as far as having essentially the department head that would report to Don, but also being able to discuss and whatnot with that 501c3 group that's going to retain the village library name, because that's what all their documentation was under. So it laid out how the that flow would go back and forth, and that the ability for that Raymond Village Library 501c3 to raise funds for things to be gifted to the library.
During that MOU discussion, was the budget discussed? Because I don't remember that.
Yeah, there was a budget that was drafted in there, and that was in some of the stuff that went out last week. But I think you were having problems opening up some of that. But the biggest difference between what was drafted in that budget versus what showed up here was in the wages and benefit area. The other thing that has been found since that last meeting is that $6,000 that's in there for the internet is going to come out, because we can still get that free from the state as long as we still have as long as it's set up that we have a separate line in the budget for the town, for the library, and that's a separate area there, which is what we had proposed anyway. So as long as it's that, and as long as there's the things that were in the MOU are agreed to in there, then the state will still pay that or supply that internet.
And how much money is in the account coming over?
Allison would know that one.
I did well, it's an estimate because we don't know what's going to happen with the investments and that kind of thing. But at the moment, the total holdings we have right now is 252,791. We're anticipating revenue to still come in before the end of the year, about 18,500 from some fundraisers. We had to take out the total restricted items that are like the grant that we received and funds that go to the community garden, and that was 14,821 restricted funds that can't come over. That will probably all be used up before the end of the year. And then we had to take out the 15,000 that was agreed to that would stay with the fundraising board. And then the rest were estimates of what is left in the budget for this fiscal year for the average books and that kind of thing to get us through June 30th. And that came to approximately, the balance transfer would be approximately $194,264 after everything is taken for this year.
Joe, I did send the MOU to you via email.
One of the other things too with the MOU too is that we were going to bring the employees over as employees that with their tenure is what it is. So however long they've been working, the library is considered employees of the town too. Keep losing Lonnie.
I mean, I remember the MOU. I just don't remember a budget that showed a 201,000 operating budget.
So
As part of the
It was,
MOU.
it was 190, it was 191,000.
yeah, but Sharice and Allison's numbers were a little bit off is what it was between the two of them. So, but even if we, so if we, wait a minute. The 4151 takeaways, so it's gonna probably be maybe 90,000 by the time that, because normally we give them the 66,000. And if we take 40,000 possibly for like the wage increases and stuff like that, maybe we put an additional 90,000. Do you have more questions on it, Joe?
Well, I think you're asking the town to pick up a lot more money than was projected. I mean, I remember looking at that library budget going, okay, 150 grand, not bad. And then, you know, we get some kind of survey and all of a sudden we're spending another 50,000 in benefits and salary. And so I think you ought to use some of that money that's coming over, that 194,000, to soften the blow, to at least eat half of that.
We are
So-
using some of it just for the wages, but it's also in the MOU that we're not going to take their money and it's earmarked for the library.
Right. I'm not saying take all of it. I'm saying take about 85,000 to soften the blow on the library. You're going from a $150,000 budget that was part of that library to 201,000.
So we are down to 195 now because we got that 6,000
So that would
back.
take it to about 100. If you take 85, you'd have 109,000 or 110,000.
I don't think we can. That's not what's in the MOU.
I mean, it's not in the MOU. The money
Where-
comes with it.
Well, I know that, but that wasn't the guarantee, I guess, is what we were
Well, I
talking
guess
about.
I was looking at a library budget that was 150,000, not 201,000.
Well, even if we take the 195, again, take it down. You take that 40,000 for the salaries, we're at 155, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So we're down to that 150.
Yeah, my thinking on the, you know, on the use for this year would have been in the 40 to 50 range to, you know, do that. Because I think when we look at, you know, looking through there's some things that will probably affect what that budget's going to look at next year, like the insurances and things like that. So, you know, we'll have a better cut at it. But yeah, that's, you know, what I thought was running either 40 or 50 to the of that's coming over to offset some of that on that first year. Which is why when we get to that article, there is an area there that's, you know, talking about using some of that money for 20 or 22, 23. Then that gives us the year of operating to figure out what tweaks want to get made and where that budget's going to be for the following years. Changing programs or whatever it may be, but that's, you know, that gives Allison and Don a chance to dive into it and see what you know, what it wants to look like, how it's going to look like, and where we're going to be going.
Well, you're asking the town to pick up an extra $135,000 is what you're asking. Because So half of it, I don't have a problem with half of it softening the blow.
I say 50,000. That's just me.
I say 65.
And we settle on 60 and move on.
I mean, right now, we've got to settle on that when we bring that article up, but I mean,
Right, but I
now-
wanted to talk this out beforehand because I don't feel like the select board has had a chance to do that, is what it is. So the good news, and I know the library before on their own, they had to have these funds because in case something happened, you know what I mean, in case whatever, but this way where, the town's going to pick up on it, pick up anything that needs to be done.
Right. If they have to have it, it's a different story, but they're set up differently, like you're saying, and go as needed basis.
Right. What do you think? Are you guys good to move on and talk about any other area?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right. Is there any other areas you guys have any questions about that you want to bring up? Anything? Joe?
And the figures that are in the draft here, that adjustment was made to remove MMA, is that correct? Therese?
Yes, that is correct. Yep. I removed the $8,081 in dues from a municipal.
You took 20,000 from fire department?
I did.
Okay.
I added 10,000 to code enforcement revenue.
Added money to the TIF for the comp plan,
Yes.
10,000.
The 10 for the comp plan went into the TIF, right?
Correct.
Are you guys good with the 1,000 for a regional bus?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Are you guys good to then move on with the articles?
I am, yes.
All right. 1 and 2 are, do we have to read those? I don't think so. We already know those.
You don't need to. I put them on so you could see them and have the information.
Cool, thanks. All right, I know someone last time recommended that we read these out, so I'm going to read them out quickly, if you guys are all right with that. All right, Article 3, referendum question A, to see if the town will vote to 1, set the date. Yes. Set the date, the first half of taxes due October 31st, 2022, and the second half of taxes due to April 30th, 2023. And 2, set the interest rate for unpaid balances and for abated taxes at 4% for the fiscal year. 3, authorize the tax collector or treasurer to accept prepayments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA 506 with no interest, and authorize the select board on behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant to the policy adopted by the select board as may be amended from time to time, the policy to remain consistent with state statutes and laws, in all cases conveyance to be made by municipal quitclaim deeds. The select board recommends or not recommends?
I just have a question on that 4%. That's in statute, correct?
That's the maximum in the statute.
That's the maximum statute, yes.
I'll make a motion to recommend.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? All right. Article 4, referendum question B, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $2,166,464 for general government services, administration, employee compensation and training, insurances, workers' comp and benefits, liability, vehicle insurance, assessing, code enforcement, parks and recreation, technology, and general assistance. The budget figures will be assigned as follows: administration, $516,490, employee compensation and training, $55,000, insurances, workers' comp and benefits, $934,087, assessing, $79,481, code enforcement, $213,412, parks and recreation, $153,334, technology, $204,660, general assistance, $10,000. Select board recommends or not recommends Article 4.
Move to recommend.
Yep.
Any discussion? All in favor? God, that light's annoying over there. Sorry. All right, Article 5. Referendum question C, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,353,910 for public works. The budget figures will be assigned as follows: public works, $891,519, town buildings, $37,000, solid waste, $381,000, cemeteries, $44,391. Select board recommends or does not recommend Article 5.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, good. Article 6. Referendum question D, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,207,714 for public safety. The budget figures will be assigned as follows: Fire and Rescue Department, $1,168,669. Animal Control, $39,045. The select board recommends or does not recommend.
Recommend.
Any second?
Second.
Okay, so I got a question. So any negotiations that are being done right now, does that add, does it take away? What about it?
Well, you can't go above what's on that number.
Okay. So that's the max. All right. All in favor? Good. All right. Article 7, referendum question E, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned personal property with value not to exceed $35,000. Select board recommends or does not recommend.
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 Second.
Okay. Any questions? All in favor? Okay, Article 8, referendum question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance surplus to meet the unanticipated needs of the community that occur during the fiscal year and/or to adjust the tax rate as the select board deem advisable in amount not to exceed $75,000. Select board recommends or not recommends.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Great. Article 9, referendum question G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriation is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the select board. Select board recommends or does not recommend.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor? Article 10, referendum question H, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make application for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, and or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and or gifted for the purposes specified in the grant, donations, and or gifts. Select board recommends or does not recommend.
Move to recommend.
Second.
discussion? Go ahead, Lonnie.
No, sorry.
Oh.
Just was a little early on the vote.
All in favor? Good one, Lonnie. All
Sorry.
right, Article 11, I think there's a lot of stuff. Article 11, referendum question 1, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance surplus to reduce the property tax commitment as the select board deem advisable, an amount not to exceed blank dollars.
Move to recommend it 300,000.
Sorry, how many 300?
Why say 300?
That's what we've done in the past. That gives us some room to work with getting the setting rate.
I'll second that for discussion. But Teresa sent out, I asked Teresa how much is in the UDF. She came back with 2.13 something, if I remember the number. Our policy is to set it at about 18% of the budget. The UDF. This would take us way down below that number. As a matter of fact, we're below that number where we are right now. So we would need to be at about 2.5 million. So I'm not sure the best policy would be to take out $300,000.
Okay, so
We're going with a UDF balance that was given to us in March, or end of March, early April. We don't know if that's going to grow or where we're going to be. I mean, but am I correct that well, I got a calculator here. We now have a $15 million budget. Is that correct? Between school and county tax and everything else? Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, and the other thing, Joe, is that the policy, I believe, was 15%, not 18.
I think policy says 18, but
It does.
I think. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, obviously. But let's say it is 15%. That still puts you at 2.25, and we're not there. If my math is correct.
It's an unaudited number, and so we don't know with precision. I don't think it's going to grow to the degree that would make 300,000 possible, but it's a not to exceed number as well. So
Right.
It's going to require, another deliberation and vote. I mean, if you want to set it lower, you certainly could. And the point is well made. I think you've used it pretty
heavily,
pretty liberally in the past few years. So
right.
I mean, if you want to set it lower, that would make sense, but it's also a not to exceed number. So they have that.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone have the policy in front of them?
It's 15. It is 15%.
It is 15?
Mhm.
All right, so that still puts it at 2.25. So I'm more comfortable if it's not to exceed 150. So.
You feel that'd be enough? The gut?
No, honestly, I would want more, but I don't think we have the resources to pull more. I mean, we have a AAA bond rating that's affected by our undesignated fund balance. If you go below the 15%, they're going to look at that and say, how come you're below 15%? So it has the possibility of affecting your bond rating. So
it's important to have a little more of a cushion than it is better. So why not say 200?
yeah, I mean, if you say 200, as long as you know you're not going to go above that, and chances are you're probably going to be way below that.
Right.
Yeah. But I think 300,000 way optimistic.
I'm good with 2.
I'll second 2.
I agree with 2.
Well, we're dealing with
So you
the
got
3 right now.
So what you have to do is you have to.
There was discussion.
Vote on your motion.
No, all you got to do is
motions on the floor.
withdraw a second. If I withdraw my second, we could have a new motion. So I will
Or you
withdraw my second.
Okay. In that case, I'll make a motion to accept that with the figure of 200,000.
Second.
Great. Any more discussion? All in favor? Great.
Thank you, Joe, for the info.
All right, Article 12, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate 420,000 from the tax increment of the pipeline Route 302 tax increment financing district for FY 2020-2021 project proposed in the tax increment financing district development program. For details, see so-and-so. Select board recommends or does not recommend.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Article 13, referendum question K, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund the amount of $109,210 for the administration of activities at the park and to allocate all revenues generated by park operations to be recorded in and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund. Select board recommend or do not recommend.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Article 14, referendum question L, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $299,550 for debt services. The budget figures will be assigned as follows: 2013 Public Works Road Construction Bond, 212,000, 2015 bond payment, $87,550. Board recommends or does not recommend.
Thanks. Move to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? Okay. All right. Article 15, referendum question M, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to enter into a lease purchase agreement for an amount not to exceed $500,000 on such terms as they deem advisable for the purpose of purchasing a new rescue pumper truck, and to raise and appropriate to not exceed, it should say, $58,064 for the payment due in fiscal year 2022-2023. And
I
go
think
ahead.
it needs to say raise and appropriate an amount not exceed.
Okay, to raise and appropriate an amount not to exceed. You guys good with that?
Yes.
An amount not to exceed. So you got that? Okay. And it talks about the total indebtedness and costs and the validity claimer. So select board recommends or does not recommend Article 15.
Move to recommend.
Second.
How sure are we on that interest rate?
Sharice?
Just as sure as you are, Joe.
Well, yeah, but
You're
if it's
never
a
wrong
lease-
either, are you, Sharice?
Yeah, but
Yeah, I am.
But I mean, if this is a lease agreement, then it should be guaranteed in the proposal, right?
They can't guarantee it until town meeting.
Oh my
Huh?
God.
They can't guarantee it until town meeting. It's an estimate today.
So with inflation and rates going up, we might be in a bad position.
Everybody might be.
Mm,
Well, no, I'm saying we're not raising enough money if that's the case. Because your payment's gonna be more than that 58,000 that you're not to exceed.
580. No, my bad. 58.
What's the actual purchase price? All right, so That's a lease, and what's our buyout at the end of the lease?
So Bruce had estimated the cost of this rescue pumper to be 730,000. And when I was looking at his fire apparatus reserve, after funding it for this fiscal year, you would have a little over 300,000. So in the event that there isn't, you know, to stay within the budget of $58,064 in debt, you know, we could pull more out of the reserve than we were anticipating at this point.
And that would
What's the
have to be at a
what's the
selectmen
buyout?
meeting to use some undesignated surplus money to do that, or move money from one account to another.
Well, you take, we got reserves in the CIP for that, they're putting equipment in there and things like that, so we, you know, that would be there, but what's the buyout at the end of the lease?
Is it a $1 buyout at the end of the lease?
Usually that's correct. That's how we've structured them in the past, unless we've done something different, which I don't think we have.
Okay.
You're also going to have some surplus equipment, I think, that you're going to dispose of. Is that correct, Bruce? So you've got that as with a selectman vote, you've got the cushion that way as well.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're covered.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Any more questions, discussion? All in favor? All right, 16. Hold on. I cannot find, oh, there we go. Referendum question N, Article 16, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate 890,000 for the capital improvement program. The budget figures will be assigned as follows: Public Works Equipment Reserve, 225,000. Public Works Paving Road Reserve, 410,000. Municipal Facilities Improvements, 50,000. Technology, 30,000. Revaluation Reserve, 100,000. Public Safety Fire Apparatus, 75,000. Select Board recommends or does not recommend. Article 16, sorry.
Second.
Any discussion? Nope. All in favor? Okay. Article 17, referendum question 0. To see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balance in the capital improvement program CIP accounts, the healthcare reimbursement accounts HRA, and the employee compensation accounts.
Move direct.
Thanks.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Article 18, referendum question P, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $817,347 for the county tax. Select Board recommends or does not recommend. Article 18.
Recommends.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right, Article 19, referendum question Q, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,000 for the Raymond Village Library, provider agencies, and regional transportation. The budget figures will be assigned as follows: provider agencies 2,000, regional transportation 1,000. Raymond Village
I
Library.
apologize. I
Library
forgot.
should not be in there.
Yeah,
that-
I took the library out when we made the other
All right.
article.
I'm
but I
literally
didn't
reading
take
this.
out
I'm
the
going, this ain't
library.
right. All right. So
It's gone now.
it's provider agencies 2,000, regional transportation 1,000. Select Board recommends or does not recommend. Article 19.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Article 20, referendum question R, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $1,631,800 from the estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment together with all categories of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources. Select Board recommends or does not recommend Article 20.
Motion to recommend.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Sorry about the whining. My dog's on the other side of the door wanting to come in.
Do you want Sam to read a few of them for you? Or?
Sam's coughing. I feel bad for him up there.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry, Sam.
Yeah. Article 21, referendum question asked to see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, and any other funds provided by any other entity included but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption, BETE reimbursement, state grant or other funds. Select Board recommends or does not recommend Article 21.
Move to recommend.
Second, and let the dog in, would you?
Do you hear him?
Yeah, who
Yes,
doesn't?
we can.
It's bad. He's on the
Come on,
outside the door.
Doro can hear.
God. I tell Ken to come get him. Okay, so I'm kind of looking on here before I keep reading. Where is the one question? All right, here it is. I wanted to make sure that the two library questions are really far apart.
No, they're not. They're Article 24 and 25.
I know.
Far apart from what?
Didn't we want to put the library in the one of them in the beginning for voting for it? Oh, wait a minute. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Yeah.
All right. Article 22, referendum question T to see if the town.
We didn't vote on 21.
I thought we did.
Moved and recommended, but we didn't vote.
Oh, all in favor? Oh, because Bonnie said, I vote second and let the dog in. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Referendum question T to see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances where in the public's interest. Select Board recommends or does not recommend.
Recommend. Make a motion to recommend.
Okay, second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right, Article 23, referendum question U. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the money received from the state for snowmobile registration not to exceed $2,000 to the Raymond Rattler Snowmobile Club for maintenance of their network of snowmobile trails on condition that those trails be open to in snow season to the public for outdoor recreation purposes at no charge, and to authorize the municipal officers to enter into an agreement with the club under such terms and conditions as the municipal officers may deem advisable for that purpose. Select Board recommends or does not recommend Article 23.
The motion to recommend.
Okay.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that it's only at like $2,000. I haven't seen their budget or their, anything for them for a little bit, but you can't do a lot with $2,000 nowadays. And I know that the trails, I was told, were very well taken care of, and seem like that's been the trend. So I know we've given them a hard time for not representing good and this and that and pushing what they need, but $2,000 is good effort out of that organization of men and women, because the trails are good and it's huge for winter, I feel, even though I don't use them unfortunately anymore, but good effort out of them. Just wanted to say that.
But that's all we're collecting in registration fees. I don't believe, well, we might have collected a few $100s more this year. Charisse, any idea?
Yeah, great question.
How much did we collect in snowmobile registrations this year?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is year to date, but it's typically around $2,300–2,400.
Yeah, around $35 each.
Yep.
Point of clarification here too. This article is really allowing essentially the transfer of that money from the income side to an expense side, because the actual budget item for that is picked up inside the rec budget. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so what do you guys want to do on this one?
Could always up the amount, Lonnie.
No, if they don't need it, then great. And that must mean they have the funds, because you would think that they would come to us or would get some type of vibe that they're falling apart because the money isn't there or whatnot. But I still noticed that I think they built at least one bridge that I heard this past season, as well as maintained well. So that's good. I think it's still Larry Wood and that whole, group of people, which just hats off to them.
Yeah, I mean, they do a good job for the money they get.
Right. Yeah.
I think they got some grants last year too, so they,
Yeah.
they're out there looking every place they can too. So.
Yeah. Good. Very cool.
All right. So go ahead, Lonnie.
No, I was
So-
waiting for your vote.
All right. See, now he's whining even more.
Oh, he's cute.
He's a pain. Oh my God.
Send him to Lonnie's house.
Yeah, I'll train him. He won't-
wanna go out?
he'll be sitting there pretty.
Let's go out. All right. All in favor? Great. All right. 24. Article 24, referendum question B to see. Rolf, read this one, please. I'm gonna let the dog out in a minute. Go.
24, referendum question V, to see if the town will accept as a conditional gift from the Raymond Village Library, RVL, the assets of RVL, including the land, buildings, books, and all personal properties and monetary assets previously raised minus $15,000 for startup costs, as outlined in the memorandum of understanding between the RVL and the town of Raymond, signed 10/12/2021, available for view at the Raymond Town Office upon request. Such funds to be set aside in a non-lapsing town account, separate from the general fund, and to be used for the library purposes only. 2, establish the library as a town department. 3, appropriate X dollars from the non-lapsing town library account to be used for fiscal year 2022-2023 for the new library department. And 4, to raise and appropriate blank for the new library department. Select board recommends, does not recommend Article 24. I would recommend and put in 50,000 in section 3 and 145,876 in section 4.
Second.
So is this the article we should be working off of, or the latest one you sent us?
The latest one.
What he read was the latest one.
It
Yes.
was?
Yes.
Originally, it didn't- yeah, there were
What was your amount in number 1, Ralph?
50,000
That's for 3, number 3.
in section 3. And section 4, then it would, taking that from the budget and taking the 6,000 out would bring that to raise and appropriate 145,876.
Okay. Well, since you read it, I'll second it.
Oh, it was.
I already seconded so we could
Oh.
discuss about it, so we could
All
talk
right.
about it.
All right. Do you want to do the 50 or do you want to do the 60?
The motion on the floor is at 50.
Okay.
I-
No,
I
that's
won't-
why
I
I'm
will-
just talking discussion. Sorry.
I won't be supporting 50. I would go with 60.
Okay. Sam, what do you think?
We don't have a number to go with how much money's coming over. So are you gonna put in 195,000?
I will go with 60.
Wait a minute. What? Wait. Where's all my numbers I just had? Da, 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 da.
Under number 1,
We're at 195 right now.
right? But
as
during the
far as-
motion, that wasn't put in there, was it?
No, the new motion doesn't have, the new motion, what it did was made reference to the MOU, which says that all those assets come over. Because that true number won't be known until they close the books anyway, because of other things coming in plus expenditures it was gonna do. So the original write-up on that had a figure, but in discussions we went through, it said, if you put a figure in there, it's not gonna be right. There's no way it's gonna be right anyway.
So when do you put the figure in?
Well, what it does, the MOU says that all those assets come over. So when they close the books, then all those assets, with the exception of 15,000 comes over.
So people aren't gonna know what they're voting on?
They're not gonna know a precise figure there. We can tell them what the approximate number is, but the actual number won't be known until they close the books.
So when you put in there, as of what, April, whatever date, estimate is $195,000. So people have an idea on what they're voting on.
Totally agree.
I agree with that.
Or even put in an approximate amount
Right.
Well, not
of 194 or 195, yeah.
I made that suggestion today with the attorney, but he didn't feel as though that was necessary. Or maybe even advisable, if I'm recalling that correctly, Rolf.
Yeah. I mean,
So then people vote for something, and let's say the library decides to buy $100,000 worth of books. Just saying. It probably won't happen, but it might. What happens then?
Well, first off, we got a very, very, very responsible librarian, very responsible. Second off,
Teresa, I'm not questioning her responsibility.
Well,
I'm
but no
just
one else
saying
is going to do it between now and then.
Okay.
So no, Joe, I want to debate on this thing. So the second thing is they also have grant money they still have to use, correct, Allison? Yes.
Right, but people should know what they're voting for.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Or they're not going to vote for it.
And I don't have a problem putting a number in there. I wasn't in the conversation with the attorney today, and so I don't have a problem putting a number in there.
My suggestion was what Joe said, was to put an estimate in. And Phil did not think that was necessary, but I don't think it's anything that's prohibitive. And I agree with the logic that people need to know what they're voting on. That's why I suggested it, but he didn't feel as though we needed it. Correct, Rolf?
Yeah, he didn't feel we needed it. If we put it in, if you put it in to be, an estimate of, 195 or 200, whatever figure you want to say that, as long as it's identified as an estimate to be to be definitized that, but I mean, the MOU says that, when it's done and it starts, all that gets transferred with the exception of that 15K.
Okay, so what about this, where it says, in the number 1, where it says such funds, second line from the first paragraph from the bottom, such funds, and you put in parentheses approximately 195,000 to be set aside in a non-lapsing town account separate from the general fund.
Yeah.
You guys good with that?
Where are you putting that?
Number 1, Article 4, number 1.
Where in the sentence are you putting it?
Okay, so it says, where it starts, the paragraph and the line starts with request in parentheses.
Yep.
Second line, so it'd be request, parentheses, comma, such funds, and you put the funds in the parentheses, approximately 195,000 to be set aside in a non-lapsing town account separate from the general fund and to be used for library purposes only.
Right, but I would put that estimate after startup costs, comma. Because the startup costs are being taken out prior to that.
No, wait a minute.
So that 195, that 195 accounts for that 15K being retained. So if you put it prior to that, then there's the question of where is that 15,000 not in that 195? If you put it in after startup costs, then it says that at the money that's available after the startup costs are retained is 195,000 approximately.
Well, right, that would be after that. It'd be towards the end.
That's what I'm saying. You put it at the end, you put it after that comma.
The cat.
Now that you've gone back and forth a bit, would you like to read what I came up with and see if this will work?
I would love to.
Listening to what all of you are saying. So accept as a conditional gift from the Raymond Village Library, RVL, the assets of RVL, including the land, building, books, and all personal property, and all monetary assets previously raised, minus $15,000 for startup costs, open paren, total estimated as of April 4th, 2022 is approximately $195,000, and close parens, comma, as outlined in the memorandum of understanding between RVL, and it continues the same as you have.
I make a motion on what she just said.
Second that.
I would second that, yeah.
Okay, well, wait a minute.
Oh,
though.
we have a motion on the floor, madam.
There's a motion on the floor, so.
True.
So
vote on it.
if Lonnie retracts his second, then we can do that. And then the other was, are we amending 0.3 to 60,000, which would then change 0.4 to 135,876.
Okay, so hold on a second. So we're amending several things. And we're going to vote on the whole thing then. So, so we're not making a motion. So no procedure rules. But if everybody is in agreement, right, kind of now hold that in your head with what Sue just said for number 1. Number 2 is good. Number 3, we put 60,000 in there. And then 4, it would be, what's the new amount, Rolf?
135,876.
Okay, so retract your motion, Lonnie.
Retract my second.
He's retracting his second.
Second.
So it'll be removed as read.
Yes. Again, with the numbers of approximately $195,264 in number 1. Number 2 is okay. Number 3 is 60,000. Number 4 is $135,876. Select board recommends or does not recommend that.
Recommends.
It's moved and seconded. Lonnie seconded. That was the motion, so it's been seconded.
All right. So any more discussion on this one? Nope. All in favor? All right. Article 25, referendum question W, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $66,000 for the Raymond Village Library. Such funds to be raised and appropriated only in the event Article 24 does not pass. Select board recommends or does not recommend.
Recommend.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'm just wondering, under Article 24, if there shouldn't be a note on there saying if you vote yes for Article 24, skip Article 25.
We had some big discussions with the attorneys on this to try and make sure that we had things lined up. And what we need to do is we need to have people vote yes on Article 24, yes on Article 25.
Well, and Joe, what you said would make perfect sense if we had open town meeting. And that's exactly what we would do procedurally. But with a ballot, we really can't put a note on, please don't bother with this one if you vote yes for this easily.
Okay.
Can you put something like if you vote yes on 24, then you should be voting yes on 25 as well, just so they kind of get that?
No, because then you're influencing the vote.
Right.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, it says in there that that will only come into effect if 24 does not.
Only. Yeah.
But that's the safety valve that says that if for some reason 24 does not pass, then they're not hung out to dry with nothing.
Yeah, because worst case scenario with 2 questions like this is if they both were to fail.
Right.
Then we'd be talking a special town meeting, probably.
We love
so the vote is going to be article by article.
Yes.
We're gonna put a lot of information in the April and May Roadrunner for the town, so we can educate the public on this. So they can make an informed vote. So are you guys good with 25?
Yeah.
All in favor? All right. 26. All right. Okay, samples of the wordings. All right, Article 26, referendum question X, LD1, to see if the town will vote to increase the property tax levy limit of $3,401,749.27 established for the town of Raymond by state law in the event that the municipal budget approved under the preceding articles will result in a tax commitment that is greater than that property tax levy limit. Or LD1, to see if the town will vote to increase the property tax levy limit of $3,401,749.27 established for the town of Raymond and the state in state law by X number of dollars for a total levy limit of blank. All right, so we have to pick one here.
So, well, you have, these are the two that Kurt suggested that you could do. The first one, as I understand it, says if the budget goes over the levy limit, then we'll increase it to the budget. So it would fix it for this year. The other, what happened in 2014 was the levy limit was raised by 500,000, and you haven't had to look at this sort of thing in the last 8 years, or it's come back 8 years later.
With the current changes we made in the budget, does it put us over LD1?
I don't know.
It's very close. Very close.
Like how close?
Like a lot closer, since you're not going to use 300K.
Very close.
Like probably a little bit over, I would say.
So
I say we go with the first one.
The problem with the first one is you're going to have to do that next year.
All right, so we go with the second one.
Probably. I mean, in 14, you decided to make this problem, go away to some degree for, as Sue said, for 8 years. Many towns, I think it's pretty rare that we've done it just one time. It's happened a lot more frequently other places. And as I pointed out during the budget discussions, I mean, we were starting from a very low number where we were set originally without some of these new departments. So, you're doing some new things. So I don't think it's unreasonable to raise the limit, as you did in 14. Or if you do the first one, you're going to do it this year, you're going to do it next year. You're probably going to do it.
We may not do it next year because we have 2 bonds that are expiring next year.
Well, okay. You may not, but you could. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's really how you feel about it. If you want to do it this 1 year and then see what next year brings, that's a reasonable way to go as well.
when will we have a better idea how close we are to LD1?
I'm
Because we could always go back and amend some of the things we've done to stay under LD1.
Is it that we won't know until commitment, Dawn?
I think that's true. That's the thing. I'm thinking he's not going to know precisely until then. And so we got the audit, we got commitment. It's not going to be in time for town meeting.
I mean, the issue you have if we go with 2 is we then have to arbitrarily assign a new number.
Yep.
Which is what you did in 14, apparently, yeah.
Without really having a good handle on, if we do 1, it gives us the chance to, then if we have to revisit it next year, we can do some research during the year to see where that number should be.
Sounds good to me. I'm just pointing out the differences, but it's one or the other, yeah.
Man, Dawn jumped on that one so quick.
I mean, it's really your choice. I mean, it's going to be one or the other, I'm pretty certain.
I'm just wondering if we can't get under LD1.
How much do we have, how much is it though? That's just it.
Right, we don't really know.
Well, it's worth the time to figure it out.
Well, you're not gonna be able to figure out in time for town meeting. I think his calculations were a bit, based on the conservative estimates that we're using for everything right now. And without the audited, numbers, he thought it was really close. It could go either way. So it's not, if you have an increase, it's going to be, I think, a relatively small one, if you do it the way Rolf has suggested. And then you can look at what next year brings with some of the bonds retiring, and maybe you don't have a problem. That's your theory, correct, Rolf?
Yeah, I mean, the other side of it is that if when he does the calculation, we don't exceed it, then that article never comes into play anyway, because it only invokes if you're gonna go over that, if it's gonna go over that. So that gives us a safety valve that if the calculation says that we're going to, it does. But if not, then we haven't reset the bar yet. But it gives us then the time to look at what we need to do, where things are with what else, with all the things that are in the budget. I mean, when you look at the fact that we've got some bonds that are retiring. We also are accruing some money for reval and whatnot, which, so we have some expenses that are not quote unquote the overall recurring. So it gives us a chance to look at those and take a better shot at what happens. Do we need to go into version 2 next year?
Yeah, well, I think it's a legitimate way to go. And if I were go, I'm just going to go out on a limb right now and take a guess based on the fact that everything we're using are conservative numbers. My guess, based on what you did with the budget, would be that, and it is a guess, don't hold me to it, so we might just slightly be under. That's my hope.
From
But
what
if I'm
Kurt
wrong,
told us
if
the
I'm
other
wrong,
night,
we don't have the article, then you have a problem.
Yeah. I would say we're probably going to be under, looking at what Kurt gave us the other night.
That's what I think too. But so you go with the one that Rolf suggests, and then if you're under, great. If you're over, it's a small amount, and then you got next year.
Yeah.
All right, so are we in favor of the first one or the second one?
First one. Because you don't know what the numbers are for the second one.
Right.
Right. All right, any motion?
Make a motion to accept Article 26, first version.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Article 27, referendum question Y, non-binding referendum. Do you support allowing adult use and medical marijuana establishments to operate in, you have 2 ins in there, the town of Raymond, and the development of an ordinance to regulate the location and operation of those uses? Select board recommends or does not recommend, or no recommendation. I don't think we should give a
I
recommendation.
don't think we should give a recommendation. The whole purpose of that is to get the feeling of the townspeople. If we put a recommendation in there, that tends to drive voters is going to tend to drive things one way or the other. If we say, if we have no recommendation, then we
Listen
get
to Lonnie.
So my
Make a motion.
recommendation would be to make no recommendation.
Second.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Opposed? All right.
Because it's going to bring business to town. What if?
I think we need.
The fact is,
so we can use it to regulate it.
The issue
It
here
shouldn't
is
be in
we're trying to get it.
Referendum.
The purpose of this article is to get input from the townspeople as to what do they want.
True.
If we put in a recommendation, then we're driving the vote one way or the other to the middle.
Right.
This way, we're trying to say, okay, we're trying to get their input. What do they want? From there, if they say yes, now we drive the whole ordinance procedure and whatnot.
I understand.
A yes vote here does not open the floodgates. All it does is takes us to the next step.
It doesn't knock them out. It just, yeah.
But
somebody is definitely the best way to go and the most fair. So yes, I agree.
And But by you not making a recommendation, it is not going to say on the ballot, the selectmen didn't make a recommendation. It just won't have anything. So it'll just be the question.
All right, so we're done with those. I didn't miss any, did I? My papers were a mess.
You did well.
Yay, thank God. All right,
It seemed like there wasn't as many articles this year as they usually.
no, that's what's nice. That's what's really nice.
You have another go round for the ordinance changes on the 14th.
Right. Good.
Put your hand up over her head. All right, moving on, public comment. Anybody? Nobody. All right. Selectmen comment. Anybody?
I don't really have a comment, but I was curious on the work being done down to the ball field. You know, that down to the senior league field, there was, you know, they're taking out those dugouts, and I was just curious as to, is that field or set of fields finally going to get a facelift, or are we still going to be, got to go to Raymond? That stinks. But so I guess the comment isn't a debate or a discussion. So
No, Nathan, yeah, Nathan, because people were asking about the playground down there, yeah.
We're getting ready to make another stab at putting the playground equipment in down there. On the baseball stuff, Joe's got a plan, and I don't dare comment on it because to be honest with you, he's been pointing and we've been doing. So I haven't really asked him what he's doing. We took the bleachers out, the dugouts on that back field out because they were rotting and in pretty bad shape. They got blown over by the wind.
50% of the time they're underwater anyway, aren't they?
Correct. And the playground stuff, we're gonna try to get that in. It's drying up pretty good down there. But the rest of it's just been maintenance to this point, but I think he's got a plan. I'm not sure what it is though.
Maybe we'll get an update for the Board of Selectmen and maybe put something in the Roadrunner.
That's great. Are we going to go to the next level and put cameras up for that area? I mean, nowadays they're so cheap to be able to have them, and even if they don't work, you know, it's better with a light up there showing that it does, for people just to kind of keep the honest people honest, you know?
So you realize what's going to happen, Lonnie? People are going to say, God, I saw it in a meeting the other night. I don't think these cameras are real, because they said, even if they don't work.
Well, then they won't really know. So then
True.
I don't know. I just hate to see that stuff become non-usable just because of that 2% of not nice people.
No, right. Well, we've cleaned up our share of messes down there. Yeah.
No, big time. And we've had many days of hard work down there to get it just so it's at least workable and usable. And I know it hasn't changed. You know?
Right.
I talked to Kevin about it a couple of years ago, and I think we're going to probably move forward on it. He's got to put internet access in that building first.
Excellent.
Until we get that, we don't have camera ability.
Right. I know I had donated the scoreboards probably close to 15, maybe even 20 years ago, and I'm definitely willing to redonate 2 more or do whatever I can do to keep that experience of, you know, playing baseball up to par. I know I had blast back in the day, and my kids, we talk about it all the time, and their friends. I think baseball, softball, and even that place down on Mill Street, unbelievable memories for many years, even if it's just in 2 different locations down on Mill Street. But yeah.
Hopefully this is a new change on it all over again and reopen, you know what I mean? And a new start for it.
It's all about the president and the people underneath them. If they're go-getters like they were back in the day, then we're able to make a difference. But
they're under Joe now. Baseball's under Joe, correct? Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So which is good. They're now under the town with rec. Yeah.
That's fantastic. So yeah, John, let Joe know if he needs any help with whatever. If I can, I've got equipment. Nathan, you know that. Whatever. I'll do whatever to help. Yeah. And again, I'd do that for any organization. I'm just saying baseball because it's closer to my heart, right?
Cool. Thanks, Lonnie.
Thank you.
All right. can I get a motion to go in executive session to
Can I
consider?
ask a question before we do
Oh, yeah.
all that?
Yep.
When are our next meeting dates? I've got so many on my calendar that say budget finance. Next, on the 12th, that's budget finance, correct?
That's the Budget Finance Committee meeting. They will make their recommendation on
Okay.
the articles that you just went through.
What about
with
the
exception
14th?
of the referendum?
Do we still have a meeting on the 14th?
Yes, because the planning board doesn't meet until the 13th, so the planning board ordinance changes weren't ready for tonight's meeting.
And then we have one on the 19th.
That's your regular selectmen's meeting, and I apologize profusely.
All right. And just one announcement, I will be doing booster shots at the Windham Hill Church tomorrow from 3 to 6. If anybody wants to come get a booster shot.
I need to. Where are you gonna be?
The Windham Hill Church on Windham Center Road
Oh, cool.
from 3 to 6.
You want me to bring you a coffee?
Coffee?
Anything?
With a,
Six pack? Bottle?
what's that?
Want me to bring you a bottle or something?
Yeah,
Big
bourbon.
generosity?
Calms my nerves.
Let me put the shot in. All right, I need a motion to go into executive session, please.
Moved.
Nate White.
Do department heads need to stick around, or do I need to stick around for after the session?
No,
No, but if you were a dedicated employee, you would.
you are dismissed.
Thanks, Lonnie. Thanks.
Teresa, this is Bill.
It's a mess, Nate.
Hi.
You too, Bruce.
When you go into executive session, are you going to come back to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
we have 2 executive sessions tonight.
Yeah,
Oh,
they'll
okay,
be
thank you.
coming out of, Bill, they'll be coming out of executive session, then I'll put them back into executive session, then they'll be coming out, then they'll adjourn.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I missed who made the motion to go in and who seconded. I'm sorry.
We didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Joe was getting an update. So I need a motion to consideration of town report dedication pursuant to 1 MRSA section 4056A.
I would move to select or consider.
We're not quite there yet, Sam.
Oh, okay.
Let me want me to make a breakout room? Yes.
Yes. All right. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So move.
Second.
All in favor? All right, Joe and Sam, you guys are muted. Can I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the report as talked about in executive session.
Second.
Second.
You like that one, Sue? Any questions?
You know what he meant, Sue.
All in favor? She's sitting there going, yeah, okay, I guess.
It was translated, Lonnie, to instruct the town clerk to proceed as directed.
There you go. I heard that.
Thank you.
That works. All right, I need another motion to go into executive session.
Move to go into executive session under MRSA 4056D.
Discussion of labor contracts and proposals. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right.
Move
Motion to come out.
of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Did we lose Lonnie?
He's up in the ethers field.
All right. So I need a motion.
Move to adjourn.
All in favor? Lonnie's gonna pop in and we're all gonna be gone.
Good.
Bye.
Talk too much tonight.
Lonnie? Oh.
Good night.
Good night.
Good evening and welcome to the select board meeting. We needed to come back to a meeting because some of the wording in Article 24 was changed and we have to vote on that change. So new business, call to order. We're all here except Lonnie. New business, consideration of town attorney's rewording of Article 24 for RVL. Sue? Do you need to say anything on that?
No.
Okay. All right. So first, I need a motion to either reconsider or rescind.
We'll move to rescind the action of approving Article 24.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. So now,
Move to accept Article 24, referendum question 5, to see if the town will accept as a conditional gift from the Raymond Village Library the assets of RVL, including land, buildings, books, and all personal property and all monetary assets as of June 30, 2022, minus $15,000 for startup costs. Total net estimate as of April 4, 2022 is approximately $195,000, as outlined in the memorandum of understanding between the RVL and the town of Raymond, signed 10/12/21. Available for view at the Raymond Town Office upon request. Such funds to be set aside as a non-lapsing town account separate from the general funds is to be used for library purposes only. 2, to establish a library as a town department. 3, to appropriate $60,000 from the non-lapsing town fund account to be used for fiscal year 2022-2023 for the new library department. And 4, to also raise and appropriate $135,876 for the new library department.
Second. And should that be a period at the end of question mark?
No, it's a question to see if the town will.
Okay.
Oh, wait. You're right. You are right. It should.
Yeah.
So we're all fed that pretty slow. I would have read it faster, but anyways. Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Third. Fourth.
All in favor? Thanks, guys.
Bye. Nice job.
Thanks.
Good job.
Good evening. This is the organizational meeting for the Budget Finance Committee. I'm going to call this meeting to order. First off, we'll start with nominations for chairman. Do I have any nominations?
I nominate Bob.
Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I need a motion to close nominations for the chairman.
I move nomination cease.
All those in favor of Bob Goslin, raise your hand. I can't see Bob Jones, but thank you. Next order of business is to approve the minutes of the April 27th, 2021 meeting. Again?
Bob, did you want to elect a vice chair?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Any nominations for vice chair? Any nominations for vice chair? Vice chair will sit in the place of the chair if he is not available.
If you're not available and we don't have any other members, Bob, we won't have a meeting.
We're having possibly two approved next week at the select board meeting. Bob Jones, you see on the screen, is one of them.
Diana Pickavett May.
Pickavett as well.
Mhm.
So, any nominations for vice chair? I'd like to nominate Dennis Morris.
This is all new to me, Bob.
The reason why I'm here.
Yeah.
Will you accept the nomination?
Sure.
Any other nominations? Motion to close nominations.
I move nominations cease.
Thank you. All those in favor of Dennis? Any opposed? Thank you, Dennis.
Okay.
Next, I'll need from our members from last year, a motion to approve the minutes of the April 27th meeting. That was our last budget meeting prior to the town meeting.
I move acceptance of the minutes from the last meeting.
Thank you. And I will second that. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Just so you understand how the process works, tonight we'll have a hearing of sorts and the presentation of the budget. After this meeting, after our other findings meeting, any questions you have need to be funneled through the chair, so that there won't be 5 different people asking the same question. We try to consolidate the questioning, and I'll route that to where it needs to be, and then I'll collectively to the team send out a message on the findings. So again, don't self-communicate with members of either the town hall or select board. Come to me first, and I will funnel it to where it needs to go. Are there any questions?
I have one, and that is when we just voted to accept the minutes of the last meeting, they're not in this budget committee report, this budget report, right?
No, they were sent as an attachment.
Oh, okay. I'll have to go back and I'm working with 2 different emails now, and some of it's going to junk, so I'll check it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue, Abigail asked about a town email address.
Yes, I have sent a note to Kevin Woodbury, our tech, and he is in the process of trying to do that for all committee members. So as soon as we have one, I'll get it sent out to you. Because it is preferable to use town email for freedom of access requests. We don't want to go after your personal email if we don't have to. We also don't get a lot of requests, but you just never know.
Any other notes? Any other comments? Tonight, we will be getting back together at 6:30, where we will have the findings meeting. And we'll have Don open it up with a brief overview. And then
I think we're gonna open with Sharice, I think, talking a little bit about the restructuring of the budget, and then Don, but I can introduce that if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any other comment from the Budget Finance Committee?
Can I just ask like some basic, I've never done this before questions?
Okay.
So we're gonna have this next meeting. At that meeting, we're gonna like review what was in the budget book.
That's correct.
And then do we ask questions that we have during that meeting, or like what is the format of what happens in that? And then do we just basically go through like multiple meetings of doing that until we've gone through the whole binder?
That's correct. It should take 2 meetings to go through all our department heads and provider agencies. And then we'll have a workshop with the select board to kind of talk about these items, hotspots, areas of concern, so that, when it comes time to make a vote, we'll have everything we have in our pocket.
And on a really high level, now you'll have the department heads right there where you can ask some questions about what you've seen in the book. And that's the next 2 meetings. And like Bob said, there's a workshop. After that, the select board will put together the town warrant for that will be voted upon. And once they've made their recommendations, you'll get together again, go over the warrant and make your recommendations, whether you think things should be, as the select board say, or less.
Thank you.
So feel free to ask any questions to presenters this evening. And so that we don't wait to have to communicate by email, but. feel free to
How
ask your questions.
detailed can those questions be? Like, I just don't want to be like the odd kid out asking like super detailed questions or like super dumb questions. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yep. You'll learn as
Okay.
we go along. So don't do. You can ask whatever questions you want tonight. So.
Well, that brings another question up then. Is there a time, do they set a timetable on these meetings? I know when select board used to meet with us about our cover letter or our whatever, you know, PowerPoint presentation, there would be a timetable. In other words, is it our meetings? Is it a 6:30 to 7:30 meeting, Bob, or is it? Do we pick halfway through the budget, and the chair of the select board decides the length of the meeting? How does that timetable work? Because like Abigail, you know me long enough. I have 50 questions for every one answer. So I'm trying really hard to come in here and be quiet, but the reality is there's a lot of questions that are involved with running the town in the budget process, especially if there's only 3 meetings. Is there a timetable? Do they?
No,
actually
there
set-
is, there is no time limitation. I suppose if somebody started going on, it is the chair's prerogative to say, no, I think we've killed that horse. But that very rarely happens.
Okay.
But it is Bob's meeting. It's a budget finance committee meeting.
Oh, so Bob runs the meeting, not the select board.
That's correct. Sometimes, though, I think for certain pieces, Bob, you've handed it over to the select board chair to run, like public safety, maybe. There have been times when you've done that, but not always.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we go?
So Abigail, I'll ask a question. Do you have a copy of the schedule, the meeting schedule? Do you have a copy of that? Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I've looked over the sections that are on the agenda for
Agenda
tonight.
for tonight. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
except I didn't have emergency public. Didn't have one tab that I thought maybe was supposed to be in there.
Yeah, that's there used to be a operating budget for emergency management, and I think that was primarily to back on the pandemic, and I may be speaking out of turn, and maybe Kathy can help us out here, but public safety used to have their own operating budget to track COVID or pandemic related expenses. So I know we're nearing, hopefully nearing the end of the pandemic, and I believe that's what that's all about.
Okay.
So there is no tab, but they can speak to that when their turn is up.
Just was checking that I didn't need to cram.
I don't see any other questions. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
You, Dennis. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Very good. I will see you in about 20 minutes.
Same log on?
There's a separate one to log into this.
Okay, I gotta go back on the internet now, go onto my computer and figure out which one that.
Good evening. Welcome to the first department head review with the Budget Finance Committee and Select Board. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First order of business. I'm Bob Goslin, Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, and I will chair this meeting. We will start first with review of administration.
Right. Thank you, Bob. So first thing I'd like to do is introduce our new finance director, Charisse Keach. She wanted to give a brief explanation of some of the changes she's made in the budget development methodology, information contained in the books, the addition of notes, and some other things that she's done. So the budget doesn't look exactly like it did last year. Charisse?
Thank you, Bob and Dawn. Yeah, the new budget books For starters, they have tabs for each of the departments, which I think to be helpful when you're flipping through, maybe a 100-page document. So there are tabs, and I want to call it check stock, but it's not check stock, it's paper stock in between the various departments. So that helps to, ease flipping through pages. The other couple of changes are, as Dawn mentioned, there are spreadsheets that contain 2 fiscal years of budget to actual. And then you have the current fiscal year budget and year-to-date expenditures. Keep in mind that's only through December 31st. So I know Kathy had asked about that and we clarified that. So I want to point that out. Your year-to-date expenditures only go through December 31st. Some of the departments I try, and this is, a lot of it's for me personally, because I, don't always necessarily remember where an item was budgeted when you have so many various departments. So I do like to make little notations beside various expenditures. So I've done that. Not on all of them, but some of them. And the other thing is some of the things have been moved around from one department to another, and I can go into those, as an overview, excuse me, as an overview. As an example, Registry of Deeds was previously in the administration budget. I have now relocated that to the assessing budget. So that's one change. Another minor change is rescue billing. That was previously under administration, and that has been relocated to the fire department because that's what it has to do with, is public safety and fire and rescue department. And another change would be building maintenance. As an example, in Nathan's public works department, he had two building maintenance lines, one for District 1 and the other one just for public works. So what I did was relocate those all to town buildings. So it's town-wide buildings, building maintenance, with the exception of public safety, because they have their own building maintenance line in their budget. So instead of having various building maintenance all over, the general operating budget, it's pretty centralized into town buildings. So that's just a couple of the changes. I do like to regroup at the end of the budget process just to obtain feedback, what worked well, what didn't work well, suggestions for improvement. I'm open to that. What you'd like to see different. I'm certainly, willing to consider, and accommodate everyone. And so we will eventually regroup and I will ask for feedback. Okay. That's all I have.
Right, thank you, Sharice.
You're welcome.
John, did you want to start with a statement?
Yes, I have a brief statement, a brief outline of, I guess you'd call it the really high points of the budget. We'll get into much more detail as we go department by department. But I'd like to first start by saying that I did issue a new budget memo today, in the crush of getting things out the other day. We thought we had made things really clear, but when I read it this morning, or maybe it was yesterday morning, I said, geez, it's not so clear, because at the addition of the issue of the library really made sort of a double set of budgets for us. And so there is a new cover letter that hopefully is clearer as to what's happening. So on that point, I'll tell you what the budget looks like at the start here, with the library and without the library. So the gross budget without the library is up about $416,896, or 7.4%. If you net out the revenues from that gross budget without the library, you're looking at $251,623, or 7.4%. So an increase above what we normally would be presenting on initial budget. And then of course you have the gross budget with the library. So now you're adding a whole new department. You're taking on the whole library function. In that instance, you're looking at $551,772 increase, or 9.89%. And then if you net out the revenues, you're down to about $386,499, or 11.36%. And I can, let, I guess, Sharice explain why it's up, but it's a little bit of an odd phenomena. But anyhow, so we're looking at a significant budget increase over what we have normally seen. But what we also have is a significant change in the operations of the town. We've added a number of functions. I think the town is at a point where we're seeing, you know, some new programming and some new directions. And, you know, I credit our chair, Teresa Sadak, with a lot of the leadership that has caused that to come about. And I think it's positive stuff. And, you know, the town is in very good fiscal shape. You know, we continue to maintain our AAA bond rating. We are, you know, able to go from, you know, year to year without borrowing tax notes. We have put a substantial amount of fund balance into the, you know, into the tax rate every year, and we intend probably to do that again this year. So the town's in good fiscal shape. I think it's operating well. We have great town employees, and I think we've gone a little bit beyond what we used to call the so-called Raymond Way, which was just basic cable, you know, what we are statutorily required to do government. We're doing a lot more than that today, and I think we're doing it very well. So that's my kind of pitch on where we're going. But for the departments, department by department, the administration department, one of the things that's significant is we're going to go out and do an RFP for audit services. Now, the whole world, not only with the pandemic, but the municipal world is so different. There's only a limited number of firms that even do auditing anymore. So we're going to put the RFP out, see what we get. But some towns are not getting any responses. And what's clear is we're going to pay more. We're going to pay more for our audit. And so that's a big change. I mean, we used to have an environment where we had lots and lots of professional firms seeking town business. There are changes in the town clerk's elections budget, but I've learned from prior years, I'm going to let the town clerk detail those. So I'm not going to get into those. The under contract fees and services, that was included in the Roadrunner was included in contract fees and services in the FY 2022 budget. I think Charisse alluded to some moves in the budget. So that's been moved to the dues and publications budget for FY 2023. So anyhow, those are kind of the things that are happening in administration. And I probably should have had a percent by department number to give you on each one, but I actually don't have that on my outline, but you have that all in your budget book. I believe the administration budget was down just slightly on account of those moves. And so anyway, the code enforcement budget, of course, has an assistant code officer. So that's a $71,000 increase in salaries. And so that's a significant difference there. But I can tell you that the addition of the second code officer has made an exponential difference in the efficiency of the office. We've gone from a position where we have seen, you know, a number of complaints about services to 0 complaints about services. We're really, you know, taking care of the much increased flow of work and the demand for permits. And we're also paying a very close attention to environmental issues and violations, which is really essential. It's a very important thing for a town like Raymond that is so dependent in our economy on our lakes and ponds. And so that's really been a very positive thing, the addition of the code enforcement officer, the second code enforcement officer or assistant. General assistance budget is up just slightly, but on that one, you want to keep in mind that 70% of the budget is reimbursed by the state of Maine. And, you know, we don't know what's going to happen, but we think that a lot of what's happening with the general assistance budget is probably influenced by the pandemic. We hope and think that we'll go back to more normal levels, you know, post-pandemic, but who really knows? We have, of course, our Raymond Community Assistance Fund to help with, you know, the needs of people who find themselves struggling in this economy and just generally any time. So we've had great response from our citizens. We have people who put us on their, you know, annual giving plan. And so we have funds. So if anybody's out there listening who is struggling, is having difficulty, if we can help you through general assistance, we certainly can with community assistance. So that's one change. So in the pandemic, there has been a little bit of an upward, you know, trend on that. Raymond typically has very, very little general assistance, even very little demand for community assistance. But so we have adequate funds in both areas. Town insurance, the workers' compensation insurance is up due to the town's mod rate or modification rate increasing from 1.14% to 1.39%. And we've had a significant change in wages. You know, we've added positions, and so that's a difference there. Under employee benefits, we have a $98,000 increase. This insurance expense this year, though, is reduced by the Maine Small Business Health Insurance Premium Relief Program. We're going to get $25,000 from that. There is a proposal in here from Sharice and me about our retirement program. Now, we are with the ICMA 457 deferred compensation plan. And so what we have is a plan that's based on gradients. So from 0 to 6 months, you get 0%. From 6 months, through a year, it's 1%, and then 1% a year for 5 years, up to 6%. So that's not a system it was a system that was used in the past. It's been in our personnel policy. We haven't addressed it. In an effort to be more competitive, we are proposing that we take a look at that and, perhaps change it to, once you pass probation, you would go to the 6% contribution. I always encourage our younger employees to set money aside for their future. And unfortunately, some of them don't. So we're going to make a bigger push in the HR department with Rita to try to orient people about the importance of saving for retirement. And so that's a proposal we're making. It does come, of course, with a price tag. It could be up to $37,000 if everybody participated. But as I say, we get not the greatest participation rate from our younger employees. So on to, I want to also say that this budget does not include anything related to the union negotiations, which are underway right now with the fire department. So we're going to have to factor those in, and I'm not putting those in, of course, because the Board of Selectmen has not considered any changes yet. They will be doing that shortly, so we'll have to make that adjustment, if there's adjustment to be made, but that's, I guess, to be determined in the future. On the TIF budget, that end budget is increasing $126,836. The primary increase is that we're using $116,000 of these funds for technology and CIP. Now, this was Sharice's idea, and it was a great idea, and it's TIF qualified. It's something we hadn't thought of before. So $100,000 that we had planned for the fiber network infrastructure project that Kevin has had ongoing, and $16,000 for upgrades at the public safety building would be put into the TIF. We need to add a small amount of money, $2487, for the Federal Highway Administration and Federal Transit Administration. They're requiring a 20% match from all of the Greater Portland Comprehensive Transportation System communities, or PACs. Now, we have just a very small part of 302 in the PACs district, but we're part of the program, so we would have to raise that. And I guess the theory when it comes to PACs is that there are major transportation improvements that are made in Greater Portland that benefit Raymond residents and residents of the Lake region, but we're unlikely probably to see anything directly in Raymond from that, but we do have to contribute. So revenues is another area that's I think pretty good news. We're up $165,000 in this proposed budget, or 7.58%, and that's primarily due to a substantial increase in state revenue sharing. And so we're making a conservative, and I couldn't get Kurt LaBelle to go any higher. So our conservative estimate for new value is about $10 million. And so that's very low considering the permits that we've seen. And now remember, the permits don't equal, new value, because some things don't start on time. Some things aren't finished in the, in the fiscal year. And interestingly, there's a new phenomenon, and that is that sometimes people are paying more to build things like they are paying to buy things than they are actually worth. That said, the stated permits that we have right now, and I'm sure Kurt would not want me to say this, but they're more like $30 million. Now, like I said, we're not going to see $30 million, but I think we're going to see a stronger number than 10. But for the purposes of the budget, I'm telling you, we'll get 10 for certain. That's $141,000 in additional revenue that's not in the budget. We don't typically put that in, but that's, growth we'll see. Another thing is that we didn't put any money in for the library. And now the library has historically raised a significant amount of revenue. And so I think our appropriation was about 66,000 maybe. And then the library had raised another 67.8. So we need to really get a number from them. I don't have that number, but we'll need to plug that in. Perhaps when they make their presentation, we can talk with them. I didn't want to presume that they would raise all the money they did before. I didn't want to, because, we want to have a good relationship. We want to make a smooth transition, assuming that the town approves this warrant article to make the library a town department. And I'm really hopeful they will. And I'm really excited about this prospect. And this is another area where our chair, Teresa, has led the band. And so it's something that has been kind of talked about, thought about since I've been here, which is 21 years. I remember going down and making the presentation actually to the library trustees when the Board of Selectmen were interested in it. And they kind of at that time said, no, not right now. And so it's kind of been on the discussion table for 20 years. So it's a big deal. And I think it will be something that will be a good thing for the town, good thing for the library. It's going to be sustainability for the library. It's going to be the ability to broaden the programs. It's going to be the ability to have the employees there be town employees, and probably, you know, the expansion of hours and services. So a lot of good things could come out of it, but that's subject, of course, to a vote. We'll have to see how that goes. The fire department budget is up about $240,000, and that's primarily in wages. And we did put the recommendation of the fire chief that's related to the union negotiations into the budget. Of course, that is subject, as well as the benefits, to the Board of Selectmen vote. But we did put that number in that he's recommending. And so anyway, the budget also includes 2 new full-time positions. These are firefighter EMT positions. But the Public Safety Department, Kathy Goslin, I'm guessing, has led this one, as well as many other successful grant applications for the town. They put in an application for a number of positions through the federal SAFER program, which would pay the cost in full for the new positions for a 3-year period. So if we're successful, at least to the tune of 2 people, and with the SAFER grant, that increase would be covered by that grant for that period of time. Now, at the end of the 3 years, you can decide whether you're going to continue or whether you're going to, you know, not continue. You're not committed to retain people, but I'm telling you that we need the staff. We need the people in the fire department. So the likely outcome of the SAFER grant would be 3 years federal funded, and then assumption by the town, hopefully. So on to so if the voters approve, assuming the operational cost of the library, the increase of the proposed budget there will be $135,000. Now, once again, I say that's not with any revenues. We got to talk to them about what their revenues would be. And I don't know why we've got this way, but I guess it's probably the way they fall in the book, correct? Therese, now going back to debt retirement. So we have debt retirement, including the financing of a new fire apparatus, a rescue pumper for $500,000 with a term of 10 years. The new apparatus replaces a 23-year-old squad truck, and that's a 1999 Freightliner that we bought used that had come out of the South. I can't remember if it was Kentucky, but anyways, we bought it through a dealer in Connecticut, I remember. And the 20-year-old utility vehicle, 2003 Ford F-350 that I remember when that was brand new. So now that's coming up on its 20th birthday. So those 2 will go away, be replaced by this one combination truck. And then it also extends the life of our engine 1, because that won't, I guess, be, you know, put into service as often as it gets put into service today. So 2 trucks into one and preserves the life of another. The capital improvement budget increasing $35,000, equipment CIP 10,000, setting aside 100,000 for the revaluation. Municipal facilities, Nathan would like $50,000 to renovate the Public Works building on Main Street. That would be for an office space for the recreation director. And there was talk at one time, but Therese tells me this has now shifted somewhat, and we'll have to have an internal discussion about it. But there was talk about adding an administrative assistant, but now it seems to be, let's share Melissa, who is already working for me, working for the assessing office. That's her primary role. And then she's, you know, working theoretically for Nathan, although he doesn't, you know, take as full of advantage of her as he could. And some of that is due to her location, I'm sure. But so now we have Joe, the Public Works Director, Joe, our Recreation Director, the Public Works Director, the Town Manager, the Assessor, all with one administrative assistant. And I think what they'd like to do is build a space and have her down there. But I'm a little dubious of the sharing part. But the space, office space, right now the Rec Director is sharing Nathan's not very grand office that's in the back of the fire station. I don't know what it was when it was a fire department, but I remember that maybe it was just part of the room there, Dennis. I don't remember, but it's kind of been blocked off now, and Nathan has a little corner there. So they don't have great office space. So that's what that one's about. The paving CIP, Nathan wants to increase that by $100,000. Now it's probably the worst time in the year to be doing, worst time in the years to be doing paving. because of the run up in the cost of bitumen, which is related directly to the run up in cost in asphalt, fuel oil rather. And so asphalt and fuel oil directly connected. And but what are you going to do? We want to keep on track. We want to keep our program moving forward. He has a program, and so we've made great progress. I think excellent strides in bringing the roads forward in their overall condition. And so that's what's being proposed there. The technology CIP is decreased by 90 as we're putting that into the TIF. And that's, as I said, for the fiber network infrastructure project. So there are a number of other discussion items that are not in the budget that I cut from the budget because I don't know is the things that we're going to do, but I think they're things we ought to think about and talk about. They were departmentally proposed ideas. And of course, one was coming about setting aside money for the Jordan Small renovation. Now we are going to have that school in 5 years. And so the thought was maybe we should start setting money away into a capital reserve. A countervailing view would be to say, when we get there, let's, maybe plan for what we are doing when we get closer, hire an architect, engineer, whatever we need to look at the building and decide what it would need to go into municipal use. But then at the time we actually do the work, perhaps a bond would be the way to go. That's been the way we've been doing it lately. However, the idea of a capital reserve is sort of a traditional way of doing it as well. So there was a discussion about whether we should do that. Likewise, Nathan's very interested in a public works facility at Plains Road, a consolidated public works facility. Right now he's spread over 3 facilities. And so it makes sense to have that public works facility in one location for a lot of reasons. And we have the space there. Right now we have basically an office trailer that we were able to get from BSA that came out of the Army Innovative Readiness Training Program. So that gives them a spot there to be during storms and to have a lunchroom. Then we've got the District 2 station, which has, work bays and has a parts room. And I think it may even have a little cubby of a workspace, office space. And then we come back to the fire station, the former fire station on Main Street that has become a public works building as well. So we've got public works spread all over town, and he'd like to see at some point there be a consolidated modern building. And you don't have to go too far around us to see examples of that being done. I would point you to Gloucester most recently, I think. And so anyhow, that's something he'd like to see. We have the comprehensive plan update. If we can ever get anybody on the committee, Sue has advertised, and we haven't gotten much response to our advertisements. We have just a handful of people, maybe not even a handful of people who are interested. But if we do get that up and running, we're going to need some money there. And then once again, a big question is what amount of revenue from the library would we put back in the budget, so that we're going to have to decide that, I think, with them, and it's going to be a partnership, and we're going to have to decide, how this thing's all going to work and look. And so that I think we can start to do when they come and make their presentation. So anyway, the impact on the mill rate is estimated to be an increase of about 55 to 70 cents, not factoring in any use of fund balance. Factoring in the fund balance of 200 to 300,000 would you have increased the mill rate, but I think it would be decrease the mill rate to 25 to 40 cents. So that's what we're looking at, but it's all very preliminary. I think there's a lot of changes we can make in this budget, but we kind of wanted to throw it all at you. And I think Joe came in a little late, but it's not our typical budget. It's not what we want to give you. It's kind of the reality of where we're at with a number of the decisions that I think have been very positive decisions that we've made. And the town is, changing, moving forward, doing some things that are beyond the basic cable services. And so I guess with that, we would like to speak with you about it department by department and answer any questions you might have about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to go through each of these areas and see if the numbers prompt questions. We go to the, if you have a question, please raise your hand. You will be acknowledged and you will be able to ask the question. So first, we're going to start with administration.
Sue has some changes. I think Sue would probably love to tell you about her changes. Do you want to do that, Sue?
Oh, yes, I was sitting here with bated breath.
I didn't do it this year, right? Right.
Yes, you did good. I'm very proud.
Okay.
I have a few things in there. One is for the elections piece. For one, this is a gubernatorial year, which means a primary and a candidate election in November. Those have been trending more absentee, so the cost of absentees have gone up a bit, and postage doesn't ever drop, if anything. And if we do vote the town meeting warrant via ballot, then that costs quite a bit more to send out absentees. So I've had to increase some of the costs there, but the biggest increase in the elections budget is because of the voting booths. I'd like to replace 4 of the quad booths. When I originally bought the white ones that we have, it was from a Maine-based company who was going to be able to give us parts, maintain them, etc. The owner and founder of it developed cancer and died. So that company is gone. So that's why I'm looking at replacing them with, I have to go with a different company. So I can't just get pieces. And that's almost $4,000 I'm asking for that. Records conservation. I think a few of you have been in to see what I've been able to have done to our oldest vital books, which are death, marriage, and yes, the other thing, births, records. The oldest book, it goes back to the late 1700s. It's all old handwritten script, and it's been completely conserved. So it's every page is encased in Mylar and is touchable at this point because we can't hurt the parchment that it's actually, the book is made of. And it's also been scanned so I can do searches, genealogy searches on digitally instead of having to get the books out. And if anyone would like to see them, by all means come in. So I'd like to continue that process to start doing, there's one more book of births to be done, and then to start doing some of the town meeting minutes and documents that have to be, again, permanently kept, that are getting more and more fragile as we all get older. Another piece is equipment leasing. The fellow that comes out to service our photocopiers is impressed that they're still running. He had spent about 8 hours on one of them a week or so ago, and thankfully they keep on chugging, but we really do need to get those replaced, and the cost for that would be $3,400 to replace both of them with a lease to own 5-year lease. So it isn't just a single year commitment, but it also, we don't have to lay out all the money at once either. The town report, I haven't broken it out in the past separately. That's something that Sharice and I worked on, and the, sorry, my staff is leaving. That's usually does cost around $1,000 to print the town report. I don't print that many anymore. I think it's either 250 or 300 copies because most people seem to look at it online, which is a better way to look at the pictures. Some of the pictures are gorgeous and they're in color, but they're only in color online. And then last but probably not least is the tax billing. I've been requesting roughly $5,000 to do the tax bills, to send those out. We had an experiment last year where we sent out the bills ourselves. We wanted to try it because the company, we've used a couple of different companies since I've been here, but they all send our addresses through a USPS approved software to standardize them. And they run them through an NCOA process, which is National Change of Address, a NICSI process, and I won't continue. There's a lot of processes they do that are all USPS based. In the process, they do change our addresses and then mail them out, and we get a lot of undeliverables and a lot of people complaining that they don't get their tax bills. So, and on the whole, we tend to have the most recent mailing addresses. So we sent them to what we had on file without that and got fewer undeliverables, fewer complaints that people didn't get their bills. It does cost us the full first class rate to mail them out. But since we don't have to remail as many, and we didn't have the expense of having someone else stuff our envelopes and get the paper cuts from folding that we got, then it really seemed to save us money and be a lot less aggravation on the citizens as well as us. So that's why we're looking at continuing that. In the next bill, part of that is to get a folder so we can cut down on our paper cuts and make that part of the process a bit more efficient. But we're pretty good at it on the whole. So I am asking for a number of things. In total, it's not a huge capital expense, but all of this stuff adds up, I know.
Thank you, Sue. And so another change you see here is the rescue billing. I think Sharice talked about moving things around to where they more appropriately fit. And so she's, I think, correct in saying that that's something related to the public safety department. So she's moved that from administration to public safety.
Thank you. Joe?
Thanks. One thing I noticed on your summaries for each department is there's no percentage increase or decrease being shown. So you got to kind of do the math in your head.
Actually, Joe, if I could speak to that, you have a 2-page document. It's titled Appropriations Summary.
Where do I see that?
Looks like this.
Okay.
That has your percentage and dollar amount increases.
Where is that in my booklet?
Pretty close to the beginning.
Second tab.
Second tab?
Second tab, appropriation summary.
All right.
Yeah, before you, I guess, checked in, Sharice talked about some of the changes that she made. So it is looking different. It's definitely different than what it has been. And so we apologize for that. And she also talked about if it's not something that's working for you and you think that, you know, that we ought to revert to something different, we're open and always wanting to hear feedback. So there were some changes which she went through. I don't know if you, yeah.
MMA dues?
MMA dues are in the budget, but I think at one point we talked about looking at that and deciding, you know, what sort of level of service we were getting for dues paid. So they're in the budget, but that they were put in the budget because the Board of Selectmen voted to put them in the budget.
I mean, that's a pretty substantial amount. $8,000 for a town of 4,500 people or 4,600 people. Have they gone up in their dues structure?
They did go up a number of years ago. I'm not sure if they've gone up since. And that was one of the points, along with my argument was always, along with the money, the primary thing that you get from MMA is you get the insurance programs, you know, the health insurance, the property casualty risk pool and insurance. But we privatized that. So I'm going to say, yes, it went up, and no, we're not using those programs still. So.
Hey, Ralph.
Yeah. The reason we put that into the budget last year was there was a discussion, there was a couple of discussions that went around there. One of which was we thought that there was going to be an overall savings to us in legal because of what we were getting out of, what we would be able to get out of MMA, quote unquote, for free. From what I understand, Sue, you're not, you know, you're not getting what you thought you were going to get out of that. So, I mean, that's the biggest thing that we were looking at in there. So that's why we added it in last year. And I would suggest that we're not getting what we really want to get out of there, or we're not getting much desirable result out of there. So I would say that would be something we want to drop.
Well, and I haven't had many instances where I've needed to contact them this year, and they won't advise us on specific instances or situations. They'll tell us overall what the law says and whatnot. So there have been times in the past when I've needed them for election petitions, things along that line pertaining to the municipality, but we haven't had much use for that this year.
Now, this is just an anecdote, but the other day we had an issue related to, general assistance and or welfare question, and we were trying to get an answer out of the GMA, out of the MMA legal desk. They have a GA specialist there. And now granted, it was, we started in the morning and we tried to get an answer by the end of the day and we didn't get a call back. And so sometimes, you do need to get information in a timely manner, and we didn't that day. And I'm not saying that would happen every time, but it was frustrating. And the reason that we went that way was our town attorney was off on school vacation with his family in Florida. And so they didn't have anybody else there who had the specialty at Bernstein because of the school vacation week to assist us. And so we went to MMA legal and, came up short there too.
Charisse?
Yes, so the average increase in the municipal dues was 3%, and that's across the board. They don't prorate it, the increase based on your level of services that you utilize. I mean, it's not like we're using them to the full potential of, participating in the risk pool for property and casualty insurance, workers' comp insurance. We do not have the Maine Municipal Employees Health Trust Program. So they're basically just, levying all municipalities an average of 3%, not prorating it based on your level of service. So yeah, the increase, Ralph, was 3%, average of 3%.
The other thing you get from them, and I don't want to get too deep into this, but you get their lobbying efforts. And so whether you agree or disagree, that's what you get also. And I see Joe, smiling a little bit.
So the other thing that, we do benefit from is the cost of the specialized training that, a lot of us do participate in. We do get a little bit of a discount off training sessions. And, when we advertise an RFP for, say we're selling a piece of equipment or we're going out for an RFP for auditing services, that would be, a service free of charge by being a member of Maine Municipal. And then, as we talked about a little bit, the legal services, but they just, it's very general in what they will provide for information. They would not defend you if anything came up in court. That's the reason why you'd want to consult with your own attorney, but that's just a little bit of information and background on Maine Municipal.
Thank you, Charisse. Any other questions on administration?
In regard to the photocopier lease, I mean, you got that in as a lease to own. If we're going to go down the road of leasing, are we better off not to do lease to own, just do a lease, so that you're going to then churn the equipment in 5 years anyway. So you're going to, essentially you're going to be going to new equipment every 5 years, but it's picked up under a lease type setup. I mean, it may end up being the same amount, but if you're going after 5 years and you have a 5-year-old equipment that you bought, and instead of just continuing the lease continuing a new lease after that with new equipment.
Well, that's one thing you could definitely look at, but I'll ask Sue how long we kept those machines with almost no repairs.
About 15 years.
After the 10 more years after the 5, but it's a legitimate way to do it for sure. You're going to have up-to-date equipment, reliable equipment, but we've actually had pretty good luck with copiers, and this is the second set I've been through here, and the first ones that I inherited also lasted a similar amount of time.
Yeah, I only looked at lease to own because that's what we've done in the past. I certainly can get figures for leasing straight out.
Right.
Joe?
Lease to own usually only has $1 buyout at the end of the year, at the end of the lease.
Right.
So if you buy it for $1 and you get another 5 years out of it, you do pretty well.
Right, and that's what we've been doing, except we're getting more like 10.
Right.
Yeah. But you never know. You can get a bad copier like anything else.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for administration? Let's move on to assessing. Who will be presenting this assessment? John?
Well, the big issue in assessing is, I think that you've moved the revaluation out of assessing, right?
Correct. The FY '22 budget actually had 100,000 put in the operating budget and not in where it really should be in the CIP as a capital reserve deposit. So yeah, that's the biggest change. Kurt's contract is getting a small increase starting in October. And we have prorated wages for his administrative assistant, which is Melissa. And we moved the registry of deeds invoicing or expenditure, which includes recording discharges of municipal quitclaim deeds and not discharges, recording municipal quitclaim deeds and discharging liens, as well as, when they're doing record search for transfers on who's the titled owner. That's all falls under the registry of deeds. He did put in, Kurt did put in a slight increase in the vision fees. And then the tax billing that we're looking to do in-house, as Sue had previously alluded to, that has been transferred over to the assessing budget because it's, has to do with tax billing. So the overall impact of that budget is, well, you're factoring out the 100,000, taking that out. So it's am I hearing Joe say something? No, okay. So we got 60, it would be, going from 61,000 up to 79,000, roughly speaking, with those various changes.
Any questions for assessing?
I would like to say something there, and that is that we have an excellent assessor in Kurt Lavelle, and the contract has really worked out well for us. And so he divides his time between us but primarily another community, Gardner, and so they have him most of the time, and we have him as we need him, and we have had great support people here and that have gotten the training to be able to answer the day-to-day questions. So it's really worked out well for the town. I think we've gotten a really good person, a highly qualified person, and been able to do that in an inexpensive way for quite a period of time.
Any other questions? Let's move on to code enforcement then. Hello, Alex.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
Good. All right, so I don't have a whole lot changing. Obviously, Don already touched on the big changes, or the big change, which is an assistant code officer. We've made a lot of changes in the last year in the office just to fix some problems that have been ongoing for quite a few years. And like Don said, things are going really well right now, very smoothly, and we fixed a lot of the major issues. So, the big change is the salary line with bringing on an assistant code officer, and then we've also made the administrative assistant position full-time. That was previously a part-time position. It's now full-time. We'd like to actually bring it up to 36 hours a week to give a little bit more time for some of the administrative tasks that need to get done that haven't been getting done the last few years. So that's really the biggest change. Other than that, we had to move some stuff around software-wise just to increase the efficiency. Last year, we started using a new online permitting company that I did kind of a phased implementation with. Now we're kind of on to phase 2. We've been using it for about a year now. and that's working really well. And then the other big expense has been general code. And that's a company that we have contracted with to take over management of our major land use ordinances. And they're on the second half of a codification process of the land use and shoreland zoning ordinances, going through them entirely and doing a full review, reformatting them all, not changing anything in the ordinances, but just reformatting them and correcting any errors that we've found along the way. So they'll do a full legal review of those ordinances and provide us with a pretty substantial document on all of the issues they've found that they can't change. That's not just a minor tweak, and that's a list that we'll use to correct the ordinances for the next few years. So that's a pretty exciting project. My goal would be to put a little bit more into that over the next 5 years and have all of the land use ordinances be on that system. And it's an online-based system. It works very well. And I did have experience with this company in Casco, and I was pleased with working with them there. That, just so you guys know, is something that they're looking to have those two major ordinances done by July. It is likely going to involve town meeting acceptance. So I don't know how we're going to work that into the time frame because it'll miss this year's town meeting, obviously. It's looking like it may be a 2023 thing, but that's something you guys will see more of down the road. So that's in there, and something that, you know, it is going to be an annual expense of $1,195. It may go up some years depending on the amount of ordinance amendments and if we decide to tack on additional documents, but that's kind of the base fee. Other than that, it was just some minor tweaks to clean stuff up, organize things a little bit better. And we are increasing the projected revenue to 100,000, which, to be honest, is pretty conservative. We're going to be over 100,000 this year. I think we had budgeted 87, approximately off the top of my head. And so I think we'll definitely be over 100,000 this year. We'll probably be over 100,000 next year. I just didn't want to go too high with it. And I do also anticipate some, hopefully, fingers crossed, some enforcement revenues, which I believe is going to the general fund. But and that's obviously not promised or a guarantee, but hopefully that's something that, you know, we do see come in as well. But
also not budgeted in any way. It's just going to fund balance. So it would be a benefit to the town.
Yeah,
that way.
Mm-hmm. So that's pretty much all I have, unless you guys have questions.
Joe.
Alex, where are we with any backlogs? Are we caught up?
No, the way we've been doing it now is, so we're reviewing permits as they come in. And basically we have, we went from a 4 to 6 week permit turnaround to about a 1 to 2 week permit turnaround, which is where we want to be. I don't want to see it any more than 2 weeks. So we do have some that are currently longer than 2 weeks, but it's not our fault, I'll say. It's because they didn't submit all the information, and we say, hey, you need to send in more stuff, and it takes them a week or two to get it back to us. So that does still happen, but with the ball in our court, I'll say I definitely try to keep it less than 2 weeks, and I think right now we're definitely doing that. Some of them are actually a week or less. So those get all scheduled out at the beginning of the week with Chris and I. We break them out as they come in, and then whatever we have left over for holes on the schedule, we fill with permits from previous years. I have a list of what we have outstanding, and we're chipping away at it each week. So we're kind of continuing to focus on some of that backlog permit stuff that's out there. Fortunately, most of the big permits that were pending, we've heard from and we've taken care of. So it's a lot of small stuff that people submitted, like mostly tree removal, to be honest, and they submit it and then they just never call back. So it's just catching up on those.
I would tell you that my phone has stopped ringing. For a while, I felt like the super code secretary, that I would, term I coined, because everybody was calling to try to get relief from me, and then I'd put them, push those to the top of the pile, because I believe in expedient, and efficient service, and of course thorough as well. And so I think although the backlog may not be completely gone for some of these permits that may require additional information, or somebody may have lost possible interest in, but we're going to get them all nailed down, and we don't have anybody complaining, and things that come in are now being processed in a workmanlike way in a reasonable time frame, given the amount of information that you have to get and analyze and then process the permits. So I'm saying that things look pretty good to me. I'm not getting calls.
Sue?
And I'm going to echo what Don said. We aren't having people come in here ticked before they get here. They come in and we are able to send them out to Kirsten or to Alex or Chris. And it's been, with a few notable exceptions of people that don't really like part of the process, I haven't heard anyone saying that things are late, they aren't hearing back. We aren't hearing any of that anymore. So it's been really nice.
Since you brought up Kirsten, she is exceptional in my view. Really good. Really good.
She's a keeper.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Definitely.
That makes
And-
a big difference. She's the first face you see in the code office, and actually in the back room now, given our tight quarters, you kind of almost literally run into her when you come into the back room. And she has really helped, I think, a lot with the public relations piece.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I have a question, Alex. How are you guys moving around town to do your business? What are you driving? Is there a need to replace anything?
No, we still have the donated Tahoe that we got probably 10 years ago. We solved a poor, unfortunate person. He was a great guy. He had a problem though. He had too many cars and nobody in the family wanted the car. So we took the car and we've been using it happily for about 10 years. That's the older Tahoe. The second Tahoe was a gift from our friends at Cumberland County. It's a retired police cruiser. Nathan had to do an upper end rebuild of the engine. There was a little bit of problems with that, but because it's a complicated process, but he got it sorted out. And I guess I'll let Alex talk about how they go, but that's where we got them. One was, well, they were both donated vehicles.
Yeah, and it's working fine for now. The way we've set it up is Chris does a bulk of the out of office inspection, site meetings, and I'm primarily in the office meeting with people, answering phone calls, reviewing permits. So a lot of the times we have one vehicle out. I expect as nicer weather gets here and things pick up, summer residents return, there'll probably be instances where both of us are out of the office doing inspections. But fortunately this winter we haven't had a lot of that. So I do think, and Dawn's probably the better person to answer this, I've kind of been out of the vehicle discussions. I think there's a longer term plan on what we're going to do moving down the road, but it's just not something that I'm, I guess, aware of at this point. But
what Nathan wants to do, the Public Works Department has sort of been the overarching, department that takes care of all of the motor vehicles. And now we have a mechanic, which has been a great addition to the town. And so I think Nathan's plan is to budget for, a new vehicle, but we did get this. Well, Nathan and I found this thing at the county's, I guess, facility. And so we took advantage of it. And I think with two code officers, it makes sense to be able to have them both have an identifiable town vehicle. We get a lot of positive about that in terms of people are, not, when somebody pulls up in an unmarked car. I mean, Kurt, for instance, has been using the Bolt, the electric car, because, it kind of conveys a sense of, mission and purpose and authority for the town. And so, the cars have been, relatively speaking, not anything that's cost us a ton of money. I think on account of Alex's time in the office, we're not even spending the kind of fuel that we would spend if you had two of them in the field. But I think it's essential to have somebody in the office a lot of the time, and that's what we have. And so I think in the future, we'll probably budget to answer the question of the car, we'll budget for one and then the other car, but it's not going to be in this budget. Unless we can find somebody who'll give us another car. If you want to, we're always willing to help you take the problem off your hands. Like, give us a free car, we'll take it if it suits us.
Any other questions for code enforcement? Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Let's move on to general assistance.
Yeah, so general assistance, as I said in the brief overview, and there really isn't a whole bunch to say, it's up, on account of the pandemic, we think it'll come down post-pandemic, who knows, but I believe it will. And 70% reimbursement from the state, important point there. The other thing I would say, it's related to general assistance, I hit on it in the introduction, is that the community assistance, we've been using more of that during the pandemic. And Jenny, our general assistance administrator, I think Sue would agree, she's right out there with her. She's done a really good job.
Any questions for general assistance?
Well, and one other piece about that, and Don touched on it in his opening comments, but we have had some very generous citizens give donations of Hannaford cards, of gas cards, of monies for the community assistance. And it's the response of the town without any kind of advertising or asking for it, just the goodness of their hearts has really been very impressive to see.
Yeah, as I said, I think some people have put us on their annual, giving, the charitable giving list. And then there are just people who, because of the pandemic, as Sue said, they've just been bringing in these gift cards and then gifts of cash. It's really been really good, really good.
Other questions? Let's go on to town insurance.
Sharice has her hand up.
Sorry, I wasn't looking up.
It's okay, Bob. Not used to raising my hand, but anyways, I didn't know if perhaps for the next meeting, would you folks be interested in knowing what the balance is in the community assistance fund? I think back along, someone had asked, where we stood with it, and we have, like Sue had mentioned, we have had a couple of very substantial donations, and would you be interested in knowing what that balance is for the next meeting, perhaps?
Sure, I would.
Yeah, maybe knowing the balance and what the expenditures have been for a couple of years.
Sure, I can do that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's move on to insurance.
You want to take that one, Sharice?
Sure. So insurances, anybody that's been in the insurance field, I know Rolf is, and I'm a former licensed insurance producer, both personal lines and commercial lines. They do go up. They generally do not come down. I have just basically done an average increase of 8%. That's probably very modest or conservative. And one of the things that, is impacting it is certainly with the additional staff and the modification rate going from 1.14 up to 1.39%, the increase in staff and the rate classification, when you're talking fire department, that's certainly higher than a clerical position that has a lower rate classification when it comes to workers' comp premium. So that's where you're seeing the big influx, is basically the workers' comp. That's all I really have to reference in that particular budget. If anybody has any questions.
Joe.
So we're seeing a 40% increase in workers' comp. Have you had some cases or?
We did have, because Rita's the one that files the workers' comp claims on behalf of the town, and I've only been there 6 months, so not real privy to that information. But because loss of indemnity is where you typically, we'll see an influx in your premium. If we can't get our people back to work, that's where you're going to see the claims go up. It's not so much the medical, it's the loss of wages. And I don't know if the town has this. Where I came from, we did have a light duty or return to work policy whereby, you know, if there was a position that they could come back with the approval of their physician, that they could perform the duties of, you know, that like a light duty transfer, so to speak. And just to get them back in the workforce, it's good for their morale and still feel like they belong, you know, still included in the town. I don't know if we have such a policy, but yeah, we did have one fairly substantial claim, and it, you know, it does look back, you know, the loss runs, I don't know if it's 3 or even 5 years for workers' comp. Maybe Rolf can help me out on that. I think it's 5 years for workers' comp loss runs. But yes, that's basically it.
So the basic answer to your question is yes, we have had some adverse experience. And that's also true in the motor vehicle field, in which we're working on trying to improve there as well. With our motor vehicle insurance, we've had, you know, some you know, accidents and crashes, some at fault, some not at fault. So we've had a number of those in both public safety and public works. So.
Any other questions for town insurance? Thank you. Employee benefits.
You want me to take that one as well,
It
Don?
looks like the insurance, you go ahead, sure. Yeah.
Okay. This is another one of those changes that I made, you know, in this particular department or cost center, however you want to view it, is to segregate dental insurance from the health insurance. I just think that by segregating it, it'll be easier to track, you know, the increases from one year to the next. So I did pull that out. I did reference, we did change plans for 2022, and it was really a minor change as far as premiums and benefits and all of that. And for health insurance, I did leave the health reimbursement account, you know, levels the same. I really didn't want to, you know, make any drastic changes there until we, you know, filled this new insurance plan out, and we are getting that small business premium relief through April of 2023. So we have 10 months of that, and it equates to about 25,000. So that's substantial. So when you look at the health insurance line going from 475 in the current budget up to 490, you know, where we are looking to, you know, we are in the budget, we're looking to add the 2 positions for the fire department. It also factors in potentially, not in this particular budget, but once we get to the library budget, they have built in their budget health and health and retirement and dental benefits. So it's basically just projecting a little bit of a higher premium come 2023. But I think we took a very minimal hit for this year. Let's see, what else might have changed a little bit. Retirement, as we had mentioned previously, we, both Don and I were, you know, talking about potentially making a change to our personnel policy, an amendment to the retirement plan, in that to maintain competitiveness in the municipal market. We did do a little survey of local municipalities just to see what they offer for retirement, and, you know, to take up to 6 years to get to 6%. You know, that's a long time to, you know, get to a retirement level of where they should be. So we anticipated questions coming from the Budget Finance Committee and the selectmen, and we did a survey of some local municipalities to find out what they offer. So if you're interested in knowing what those are, I can tell you. But on average, they're between 4% and 6%. And they either start at the date of hire or after 60 days. And so, yeah, they're either, let's see, Casco is 3% match as of date of hire. Poland is 4% match of date of hire. Naples is 5% match as of date of hire. Wyndham, 6% match, date of hire. And let's see, Standish, after the first full year of employment, a 6% match. And then I also have Gray's number as well, and it's 6% after 60 days of employment. So our proposal or suggestion to, for the selectmen to consider as a potential amendment to the personnel policy would be to offer a 6% contribution, employer contribution, after the employee has satisfactorily passed their probation period of 6 months.
Right, and so that sample you did too, by the way, is and I think it's great because it gets some of the communities that probably people would want to compare with. But if you were to take the communities that are actually in our KMA labor market, it would skew much closer to the 6% on average. So a lot of those communities were communities to the west that are, that some are, but most of those are not in the KMA survey.
So the cost associated with making such a change is about $37,000.
If everybody took full advantage.
If they took full advantage, correct.
And we're actually trying to indoctrinate our employees about the importance of saving for their futures. I mean, Rolf knows this. I don't know if you want to say something, Rolf, but.
I mean, I advocated for that, time and time again is, the time for them to get into it is when they can first get into it, because, if they're not saving for their future, they're putting themselves behind the whole 8 ball. And I don't have a problem with starting it earlier and, and doing that match earlier, because if that's gonna help them, it's gonna, it helps everybody else down the road. Even from the standpoint of statewide GA and things like that, people that are putting some money away are going to help themselves down the road, and the differential in what we pay, to the budget there isn't that great when you look at the benefits on the other side. And I would really push for them, to try and get more and more people maxing it out.
Yeah, the other thing that I'd like to point out is the administrative complexity of trying to, maintain such a tiered approach for retirement for the employer contribution. It just, it means, maintaining some type of system where you have to track people's date of hires and their anniversary dates, and, make sure that you're making those changes in payroll accordingly. And, if you get 6 different levels, and 30, unfortunately, we only have 30 full-time employees, but heaven forbid, if we were, 50 plus, it's an administrative, task to do. So this would also, free up some time of Rita and having to, track those. All she would need to do is make sure they pass their probation period, and then right from the get-go, program them the 6%. If you want to have it to be a match, my experience with 457 plans, a deferred compensation plan, is that it doesn't necessarily need a match. When I think of a match, an employer match, I think of a 401k, but that's totally up to the board on how they want to structure it. They'd probably like to see the employee participate on their own to be able to receive the employer portion as well. So
I think that we want to do the match, and if we're going to do this, that we want to have a match.
I mean, what I would almost advocate for as well would be a forced opt out rather than opt in, and say that when you start, you will be started at this rate. You can increase it to this, but you will start at this rate unless you opt out.
Right.
That forces them to get into something which is for their own good.
That's exactly what we've talked about here, and I think we should do that.
Joe?
On your small business premium relief, are you sharing that with your employees to lower their health insurance premiums, or is the town keeping all of it?
The town is
it has to be done proportional to what they pay into it. So if they're not, if you've got someone that's not paying into the premium, then it comes to the town. If they are paying a percentage of the premium, then prorated, they get a portion of that, reduces what they have to pay in.
Yeah, but you're allowed to share it with your employees.
Right.
So whatever they're getting in relief, which I think is $40 a month per employee and $25 for dependents, we gave it all to the employees to keep their insurance premiums down. So they're not paying as much in health insurance premiums.
Point of clarification, I had not been doing that, Joe. Just simply was reducing it off the employer's contribution. But if that's something, this is a new program that came out was November of 2021, so it's real new. And certainly we could, if that's the wish of the board to, share that relief with the employees, for those that have the premium relief for a single adult, is $50 and there's no contribution on the employee for that. So that would stay with the town. 2 adults, it's $100. We're talking monthly. 1 adult with child or children is $80, and 2 adults and child and children is $130. So
right.
Perhaps we need to have that as an agenda item at a selectmen's meeting.
I mean, how are you accounting for it now? Are you counting it as revenue for the town?
No, I'm just reducing our monthly bill from Harvard Pilgrim because they actually do it off our bill.
Right.
So they put it right on the monthly bill that, this is what the amount is for the main business COVID relief as a deduction from the premium, the monthly premium. So that's what I've been doing.
I think you've got to check the actual statute on that, because if they're paying a percentage of the premium, which they are in some cases, then a percentage that has to go towards reducing what they're paying toward that.
Right. Which is what we're doing. We're just giving it all back to the employee. Whatever they get designated for, we just give it back to them to reduce their monthly premium.
But we can definitely take a look at that, and if it's statutorily outlined, then we can certainly, make the adjustments and make that right back, to the inception.
I believe you're allowed to keep some of it for administrative costs.
Well, we'll look into it, and if that's the wish, if that's the intent of the program, and certainly the wish of the board, we can do that, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out, Joe.
We have last questions for employee benefits. Let's go to Tiff.
Yeah, the big change there is the putting the fiber network infrastructure from the CIP into the TIF and the network hardware updates. And that was something, as I said, that Sharice suggested. We checked the TIF, documents, and so that's allowable expense. And I think we also had a confirmation on that from our municipal attorney that handles the specialist in TIF, just to be sure, because we've had some questions on TIFs before. But so that works fine, and that's what we did. I don't know if you want to add anything else, Sharice, but.
No, it's pretty much the same other than those 2 changes. The, let's see, one of the organizations, the Fourth Hawthorne organization, reverted back to their $1,000 request versus the $2,000. So that was a reduction that they had, put forth. And yeah, other than that, I know there's going to be some TIF discussion with our assessor and the Board of Selectmen at their next meeting. I need to get some numbers for Kurt on, we're not really making full use of our TIF, and it expires, I believe, in 2030, if I'm not mistaken. And so he's got some, some suggestions, through the work of, with the legal firm on maybe some new ideas on, what we can do with it. So more information to come, but I thought this was a good way to, reduce the general fund operating budget and make better use of our TIF.
Any TIF questions?
I stand corrected. I'm looking at the TIF document right now. It's a 30-year TIF and year 30 is 2028. So we still have 6 years left to make use of it, but so I do stand corrected for that. 2028, not 2030.
No questions for Tiff? Let's move on to revenues.
The story there is the state revenue sharing, increase, which is substantial. We also have some increases in revenues that are coming in from other municipalities for services we're providing. Nate and I are actually trying to market the services that we can provide with our mechanic to the communities to the west of us, being Casco and Naples, are baby stepping into public works. Naples thought they were going to public works more fully than they are, but that ended up not passing their town meeting. I think Casco has an initiative coming up to add some staff, and so they become good customers in terms of used equipment, and we're hoping that they might become, people or towns that we would provide services to. But right now we are doing some roadside mowing. You may recall we bought a substantial tractor mowing machine. So from the revenue that we're getting from that machine, the cost of paying the operator and so forth, that is something that's been a benefit to us. And so we have the machine as well. So we're trying to regionalize and cooperate with our neighbors, and we're making some progress on that, actually. So we have some capacities they don't, and so that's something we can use as a revenue.
Any other questions on revenue? Sharice, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I think talking with Sue, it's typically in the month of June that the selectmen look at the fee schedule on an annual basis. So I do know in talking with our animal control officer, she had, when I was meeting with her and talking about, I'm trying to dissect the revenues, for the town on, where that comes from. We really don't collect a lot in impound fees. And I think she was even making the suggestion that we look at increasing those when the time comes. Maybe not so much for the first offense, but for the second and third offense. And as we had alluded to earlier, code enforcement permit revenue is up, and it was a modest increase to 100,000. And, I do expect motor vehicle excise tax to, continue growing. It's based on the MSRPs, and the MSRPs of vehicles right now are really significant. So I might have been a little low on that level, but those are the basic changes. And as Dawn had mentioned, doing some work for other municipalities and bringing in revenue from that, as well as, we're taking on snow plowing for the school district.
Right.
As well. That's a new endeavor.
Well, it's a new old one. We did it before.
Right.
We're doing it under a revised program that before we did it as almost to some degree as a courtesy. Now it's priced, more like it would be if they were getting a contracted private service. So I think it's working out for both entities. They're probably saving a bit, and we have a revenue, and we're doing well with that, given our cost to do it.
Can I ask a question about the plowing contract and where that's going? Is P&K going away?
P&K?
Yeah.
They've gone away.
They've gone away.
Yeah, some time ago. Yeah. I don't know how many years that's been, but it's been a few. So we basically what we did is we over time we had less and less P&K service, and then I don't know now if it was, seems like it was about 3 or 4 years ago, we ended up buying some trucks from Vermont and taking this whole thing on ourselves. And I think Nate and the crew have done a really good job with that. We've had our ups and downs. This has been a tough year for equipment, but we haven't had P&K for some time now. Yeah.
No, we were gravitating to that direction. I didn't know that it had been completed already.
Yeah, well, Right, well, we kind of metered it back, so that might have been a little confusing, but we jumped in, feet first a few years ago, and I think it's worked out pretty well. From my standpoint, it has. I mean, I'm looking at the condition of the roads. I don't know if Teresa wants to say anything. She's made a particular point of calling this out, I think, to the board, but yeah, I think they're doing a good job with it.
Any other questions for revenue? Let's go to public safety, animal control.
Now, on animal control, I think there was a little bit of a misstep by us, meaning Sharice and Dawn. I don't know, is Sharice invited Jessica Jackson, our ACO officer? Is that correct?
I did not. It was after, an afterthought on my part this evening was to, I should have emailed her budget, even though she proposed it to the town of Casco, and we share the cost of the animal control with Casco and Naples equally, 1/3. But she could speak to her budget that she presented to the town manager of Casco. And it would probably make sense, Bob, if you don't mind, moving that to the next agenda so I can send her the budget and have her speak to that at the next meeting.
She's aware of the budget. I mean, so it's 1/3 of the budget that we talked
I
about.
just didn't invite her. Sue, I'd have
I know, and she would want to be here, so that's our error. So we apologize for that. If we can put her on the next meeting, that would be what we'd want to do.
Any other questions for animal control?
I will tell you that on animal control, one thing we did this year, it's in the process of being done, is that we have now upgraded the vehicle. The one that we had for the past several years is it's at end of life in terms of functionality. So it's on life support even. So you may have noticed a black Ford Explorer. Some of you might have got your budget materials out of it, but that came out of a local PD, and so we bought it through a broker, and that's going to be the new car, and that's also a 1/3 share each town, and it'll be marked up soon. And the equipment, we had to get that particular year and model. The last year was 19, because the equipment from the 14 will go right into the 19. So that's what we're going to do, flip the equipment, the specialized. You take out the back and it's all lined with aluminum, and it's got a pneumatic door, all this other stuff for animal control. It originally came out of the state police, the equipment. So anyway, that's what we're going to do, is flip it into the new car, but this is the last one we can do it with, and then we have to buy new equipment because it won't fit anything else. But this should take us through several more years, though.
Sharice, go ahead.
Yes, Bob. One other point on the animal control budget is that, this is another example, there was a line item for vehicle maintenance under the animal control budget that is now since been moved from this department over to the Public Works Department. I think you'll find, I think Recreation might have been the other one that had vehicle maintenance in it. And it just makes sense to put it all into Public Works. They have the mechanic, they're buying the parts, they have the tools and whatnot. Again, the exception would be, public safety and the, the repairs to all the fire apparatus and whatnot. So that has been removed from this budget as well and put into Public Works. So you will see that, but we'll invite Jessica for the next meeting, March 15th, and have her speak to, the actual interlocal agreement with the town of Casco at the next meeting.
Yeah, the other thing I would say, and I don't know if this is going to happen or not, but Cumberland County is looking at a larger regional effort. And we're also now being approached by other towns, and we're even doing some limited fee service for Harrison. So there's a potential that it's going to require additional staffing, but there's a potential, if it makes economic sense, that we might broaden the effort either through the county or through our, consortium that we formed. Right now, we're getting a lot of inquiries from our surrounding towns because they can't find or keep anybody in this job, and we've been able to do that. So it does make sense to work regionally, but only if it's going to be economic sense as well. So it's kind of studying that possibility in two different ways.
Teresa.
Therese, I know you pulled the vehicle out of animal control, but you're still billing the other two towns for any work we're doing, correct?
That is correct. Yeah. The vehicle that we just purchased, and the well, taking equipment out, putting it back in. We'll be invoicing, Casco and Naples, for their share of the new vehicle and the outfitting of it, so to speak, with the cage and whatnot.
When you buy a vehicle from us, Teresa, of course, it comes with a service plan. So we're servicing the car, we're taking care of the car, which is, something that is a bill back to the other two towns to their share.
Okay.
Yep.
But helps support the mechanic position as well, I think.
Thank you. Let's move on to the fire department.
Hello. Get my material back up. There we go. Thank you for all being here for this budget process. We appreciate the guidance and the help that we've been given. Sharice and Dawn, Deputy Goslin, for your assistance in producing this budget, particularly. For those of you who don't know me, there's new faces here. I'm Bruce Tupper, I'm the Department Chief, EMA Director, and 911 Addressing Officer, and I'm pleased to provide you with this budget overview tonight. The mission of the fire department is to help people provide comprehensive emergency services, inspection, prevention programs, training, and professional development of our members, and to overall assure the health of our members. Now, as we develop this budget, we realize how sick everybody is of hearing about COVID, but unfortunately, it has to be somewhat of our focus tonight. We have a smaller than ever group of people doing this job now. Our call department is down to 6 people, with 2 seasonal students are doing the job of what we had 20 people doing just 2 years ago. COVID exacerbated this gap in our coverage with members who are unwilling to take the risk of getting sick or bring it home to their families, etc. Some who may have just been on the edge of burnout who have left, and we've had some other health issues with our members, which have caused some long time and very valuable folks to turn in resignations because they just can't physically complete the job anymore, unfortunately. We're also seeing, because of this, an increase in psychiatric patients. Violent calls are more the norm now than the exception. Twice we've had patients jump from moving ambulances. Just recently we had a third try it. That one didn't make it to the hospital. Yes, didn't make it out of the ambulance that was moving. A recent incident with an intoxicated person at an accident scene tried to move their car with our provider standing right beside his car and wedged between another one. He had to climb on the hood to get away from it, got nicked by the mirror. And the only thing that stopped this person was the fact that our ambulance was behind them and they struck it and were unable to proceed. So we're seeing a lot more of this. It's a lot more dangerous. We're seeing a lot of weapons and substance abuse in general, along with aggressiveness, both physically and verbally, towards our providers. Unfortunately, none of this helps us gain call department members because no one wants to subject themselves to that kind of behavior or risk as a hobby, anyways. To put it into perspective, every department everywhere is going through this. The Maine chiefs have written a letter to the governor. You've probably seen some of the info on that. It's been on the news. Trying to spark some kind of funding and fix for the whole thing. There really isn't anything that's quickly on the horizon, unfortunately. We're seeing a huge increase in open call shifts. We're also seeing a big increase in call volume. We're up about 34% right now. Unfortunately, we're also unable or only able to meet the NFPA standards of 6 people on scene within 15 minutes, about 24% of the time now. And we are fully staffed with our firefighter paramedics and our firefighter EMTs. The problem that we're experiencing there is we've had a lengthy outage for a health reason, and now we have an FMLA outage, and it's absolutely killing us with overtime costs because we're having to force paramedics in to work the shifts. Something we don't like doing, but unfortunately we're having to do. So twice a week we're forcing someone to cover a 24-hour shift, and that's overtime pay. So when I talk about, increasing responsibilities and such, I just need to kind of touch on this one particular day that we had this morning, and all these incidents happened or were toned out within like a 5-minute period, 15-minute period of time. We had 5 ambulances in our town covering calls. And you're going to say, hey, well, at least you covered them. Well, here's the real story behind it. The first call went out, we covered it. The second call went out right behind it, Casco came in. Third call went out and the Wyndham truck came in. Wyndham only had one truck left. Casco had no more trucks left. We had nothing left for crew. We ended up with 2 other towns coming in, and it took them over 20 minutes to get here because it was not our surrounding communities, if you will. We had to go beyond that to get the resources. The unfortunate piece is for them to cover the calls in their town, they also had to reach further out, and they were 20+ minute responses on some critical calls, which is unacceptable. Our system, it is breaking, there's no doubt. And I find that when you have a critical call, 20 minutes to get an ambulance to the scene is just unreasonable and very undesirable if it was me on the other end of the services that were needed. So what we've done is we've put together a plan that has some changes in it, payroll changes, and that's based upon a union negotiation, which will be talked about more at the select board meeting and executive session. We've included some of those, the base pay rates as proposed in our budget, so at least there's something there to work with at this point. We've also been talking and have been working with our mutual aid towns as we have done for years. Regionally, if you want to look at it that way, it's a regional approach to providing services. 6 departments that are working together have agreed to standardize pay for our per diems so that we're not in competition with each other. In other words, it's like a shell game. We talk about it every year. One pays $1 more and everybody goes there. They're per diem people, so they're looking for the money. And then you lose your staff, and then you decide to up yours and pay $1.25. They all come back, and then someone else pays $1.50, and we lose them again. It's just the nature of the beast when it comes to the per diems. They're all part-time people. So we're looking to create a pool, standardized qualifications and pay with these 6 towns, which will create a pool of personnel to pick from, if you will. We're hoping that that will have some effect on filling some of the shifts that we have open and being able to provide adequate coverage to our citizens and safer coverage with our people. The savings is not only in the staff, but also would be in turnout here as we realize that people are working from multiple towns. If we have a standardized set of turnout gear and a Velcroed on name on the back, Wyndham, Gray, Raymond, whatever, they can put a new Velcro patch on and we all share in the cost with that gear. Not only that, we're looking at our mutual aid incidents, and automatic mutual aid is a buzzword that gets thrown around. It means that it's not something you get to the scene and decide you need help with. You call for it immediately on the dispatch. We don't even call for it, built into our response plan. Now we have to also consider at this point that even that's kind of failing because everybody's busier. So we've got more calls, less people, and more towns involved. But we're also reaching out and asking for this help automatically on smaller calls. Throw out the car accident, because that's where it's gone recently. We're starting to see towns ask, can we put an engine company on for a car accident? And that's the boat we're all in. We're trying to help each other out. We're also working together with this group for training. And we're putting together and combining our training efforts and resources. And we're currently sharing the cost as well as instructional staff to put on a Maine Bureau of Labor Standards firefighter certification class where we will instruct 15 new firefighters throughout a bigger region than the 6 towns, but it's still a step in the right direction. And this will give them the opportunity to test and to certify at that level. Make them available for our labor pool. Again, it's just their first step, and it's the very basic of basics for firefighter certification. Covered that. We're all facing the uncertainty of uncontrollable and skyrocketing costs. As you know, things are absolutely haywire right now. Our gear vendor sent out an announcement today. They had sent one out about 6 months ago. They had gone up 3%. They're going up another 5%, and it's from the factory, not from the vendor. I just heard from the ambulance vendor that we buy our ambulances from generally. I said expect a $30,000 basically increase in the cost of that vehicle. Fire apparatus has absolutely done the same thing. We're looking at 20 and 30% changes quickly in that, and they're talking double changes in a year's time. It's due to the metals. It's due to the technology components in those vehicles. one, the supply chain, but two, the value of them. And that's just gone crazy with inflation. So with the impact of the supply costs, we even question that we put in enough to hopefully stay within our bottom line in this budget for fuel, oil, heating, things like that. I'm confident that payroll, that we're okay in that area, and that's where you're seeing our biggest increase. We do have a few other increases in there. There's a couple of decreases as well. As Mr. Willard alluded earlier, we've put in for assistance to firefighter grant for the SAFER Act through the federal government. That staff would, if it's funded in its entirety, and if the board accepts it, would provide 8 total staff. And you cringe when you hear, oh my God, we're adding 8 more full-time staff. But when you put it into perspective, it only provides 2 people per shift because we work 24/7, 365. We would wait on, or propose that we wait, but fund the 2 additional persons that we put in the budget until after we hear from the federal government if we're going to get this grant or not. I think it will be about September-ish when we do start to hear when grants are awarded or not. So it's not that far out. However, we also do feel that 2 people is probably short-sighted and really should be 4 people at this time, just due to the lack of call members. Something that may be able to be fixed in the future with training, with newer interest, with new recruiting, but we're seeing that decline everywhere, and I'm not so optimistic that we're going to suddenly have this surge of people who want to become fire and EMS people. If we did, it would take over 2 years to get them trained and up to standards and efficient in working on their own. So it's a long-term turnaround. On the CIP budget, unfortunately, I have to apologize on this one. We automatically have a $75,000 ambulance fee for replacement that goes into that account every year. And I didn't put it on my form, and Sharice didn't know. I'm being new to it, and I think I did it last year too, actually. But so I didn't include that, and I just assumed it would be an automatic thing. So I did not include that in there, but we should include that in there because it is for the ambulance replacement, and our ambulance would be due for replacement next year. We extended it out another year from last year, and unfortunately, extending it costs more in the long run. But I think we have to plan on it for next year. We have the proposal in there for a $730,000 expense, and that is a truck that would replace 2 and put 1 basically into reserve status to preserve it for another 5-7 years, somewhere in that area. So utility 7, a truck that's a 20-year-old pumper. It was an extrication vehicle until it didn't carry enough equipment that we needed, so we bought the squad truck used and put that in service. The problem is we had to start looking at things reality-wise now with lacking staff, and we can't roll 3 trucks out the door in a car crash during the day without adding staff. So in order to cover a car crash, we need to put together a vehicle that would do 80% of what these other 2 vehicles could do currently. So we added or looked at the concept of a rescue pumper, and that's a truck it's designed specifically, as it says, it's a rescue pumper. So it really covers the needs of a squad truck, which is the extrication vehicle, technical rescue vehicle, carries your ropes, high angle, water rescue, ice suits, as well as fire apparatus that can do fire suppression activity. We'll carry the large diameter supply hose, the same as a regular engine company, but would create a situation where 1 truck, 1 engine rather, could roll out with an ambulance and handle most of our car crash incidents. We've had situations where we're dead manning trucks on scene. That means we're leaving a truck sitting beside the road with no one around it until someone can come from wherever they're at, pick the thing up. Sometimes it's public works, sometimes it's our guys coming from their work. And it's just the unfortunate situation at times. This is happening more often. It was very ironic, but right after we started putting together our plans and meeting with vendors and the vendors' engineers to start designing this truck to meet the needs of this community and the needs of this department, I spoke with Chief Libby in Wyndham, and he said, we're doing the same thing and we're combining two into one, and for the same exact reason. So they have actually beat us to the punch. They've ordered the truck and it should be in probably another 18, 20 some months, because that's what it's taking to get these vehicles now. I also heard there's a great client, and have to just confirm it, but Bertie told me the other day that Casco's doing the very same thing. We're all on the same boat. We're looking at how can we respond more effectively, more efficiently, and handle the incidents that we have safely, provide safety to the public as well as to our own folks. That's what we owe with that. So that was an expense there for this year, but in reality, I believe there's no vendor that's going to be able to provide that particular vehicle. If we ordered it July 1, they wouldn't be able to provide it in that next year. It will be just over the year one. So it's not push it out two budget cycles, basically. Unless we get extremely lucky. Back on the rescue truck, actually, I got to cover this too, but one of the things that we're designing it with is a high-tech rescue equipment for extrication tools. One of the big things that we find is our hydraulics are old now, and they do need to be replaced, but technology is proven to be our friend. Battery equipment now, one is easy to use. You don't have to have a hydraulic pump, that and hose lines around to run that piece of equipment. And we're more effective with the battery tools, because believe it or not, the battery tool is more effective and efficient and stronger, if you will, than the hydraulic tools that we're accustomed to. So the stuff that we have that has 30, 40,000 PSI cutting strength that the tip can shatter or unseal is being outdone by battery equipment. And the longevity of the batteries is greatly improved, and the tools that we actually have our sights on can take a regular D-wall battery, 24-volt battery, so it's not a super expensive battery. That's just one example of what we're looking at with this vehicle. When I use the term rescue pumper, I think it's important for you to understand too that the cabinetry of this vehicle is set up differently, and it's engineered to handle this equipment. The tanks on a truck are usually T-shaped water tank. This is an L-shaped tank. Ladders will sit on edge and go sideways through the tank area. Totally enclosed, it just makes a better and safer vehicle in the end. We really believe that engine one would be preserved for quite some time after that and still be a viable piece of equipment. Now, when I talk about this, the utility 7 truck, that's one of them being replaced. It has been out of service for over 60 days this year alone due to mechanical issues. These are ongoing and repetitive issues with fuel systems and electrical issues. For the past 2 years, it has not passed its mandated UL pump test. Barely. Will sneak by, but it has not passed it officially. So it's basically has to be a D-rated pump, and it's because of mechanical issues with the truck, not the actual pump. So we're entering into that phase with that vehicle being that age that it just needs to be considered at this point for replacement. One point I just realized that I forgot when I'm talking about the payroll. That's our biggest increase. And the thing that's important to mention in there is that not only is the union's potential bargaining agreement amount in there, but also the 90,000 for the 2 personnel, and our administrative assistant was an additional expense for this year when we added her just last season. But she's 30 hours a week, and it's basically $30,000 of that increase as well. So I'm kind of wrapping it all up. Again, thank you. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions to fire? Teresa?
Bruce, you're putting in for 2 additional full-time people.
Correct.
Okay, and I think Dawn had said something that a grant, 2 is going to cover that too. You are coming down on different items. Aren't you going to have to pay for stuff for these 2 new people?
There is some items that we've come down on. We're also looking at the a little bit better, even though the cost of the turnout gear may be going up. We're looking at better buying power by standardizing our equipment across 6 towns and being able to buy more in bulk. So that's one of the things that we're looking at. we are a little bit nervous about the other expenses, as I said earlier. There's so much unknown out there right now. I can't tell you that that same turnout coat we're spending $1,000 on tomorrow, maybe 12.
No, right. That's
tell
why I
you
was
that.
surprised to see that you came down,
Yeah.
especially with 2 people, so.
Yeah, there are certain things we did. I think we went up in heating. I don't know what our fuel costs are gonna be yet. We're trying to gather some intel from our surrounding towns ourselves and see what those departments are going to do. In talking with a friend today in Wyndham, he said that they're planning on a fairly significant fuel increase in the fire department, like 30-40 cents a gallon minimum. So they're gonna approach that in their budget. It's, I don't know. I just don't know where it's gonna go.
Nope. All
This
right.
war has just compounded things now, and that's the thing that's making me so uneasy.
Okay.
I'm sincerely hoping we can fit everything within our line item. We try, every year we try.
Any other questions for fire? Okay, let's go on to emergency management.
I'll keep mine on then.
Okay.
There is no specific budget for emergency management. It is lumped in underneath the fire department. So that's basically where that all falls. Working with the COVID stuff, we got a $15,000+ reimbursement out of the federal government. We're currently working on a smaller one than that because a lot of things became very much free to us. So a lot of our protective equipment for a while became free through the emergency management agency at the state, and we took advantage of that, got masks and gowns, etc., all with no cost. So, we don't have a great deal of money that we can collect, but obviously we're working on that actively, and we'll continue as long as the feds are paying. We'll put together a plan to get it back from them.
I don't see any questions, Chief.
All right, thank you.
I've been asked to add debt services to this agenda. What's that?
It's the fund.
For the fire department. Do you want to speak about it?
Oh, you might as well take it as a whole, Bob.
Okay.
All right, debt service. So based on what the fire CIP has in its reserve account presently, I suggested that, we not take any more than 230,000 out of that. It will be, after it's funded, the 75,000, it will be at 313,000 come the end of fiscal year 22. So I made the suggestion not to totally deplete it and then finance the 500,000 for the new rescue pumper over a 10-year period. As you know, interest rates are on the rise, but I did get a couple of estimates on what that would cost per year to finance the 500,000 for 10 years, keeping in mind the interest rates more than likely will go up. I did, the bonds that we have outstanding, they're going to mature in FY26. One has a declining principal balance, and the other one, I don't know what the financing term is, for to be consistent from 1 year to the next.
Level. I think she's frozen.
Yeah.
There she is.
Yep.
Rose up.
Sorry, in my back.
Yes.
So, and the other debt is there. So that's basically it. The new debt for the new rescue pumper is included there.
Rolf?
Yeah, Don, at what dollar level should we be looking at looking at self-bonding instead of going to the bond bank or whatever, like we did before? I mean, if we're looking at it, you got $500,000 on the fire truck. If we've got other items, are we better off to look at consolidating a total bond and going out and bonding against ourselves, because we still have the AAA rating. So last time we beat the bond bank by about 1.5 points.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in general, using the bond bank is going to probably be a higher rate, an easier process. It's a more, I guess, complicated process by issuing our own bonds, but you do have that benefit in the rates that you get, particularly with our, AAA bond rating. So I think the larger issues should always probably be, local issues. And if you wanted to consider, we do use actual bank financing for real short-term stuff. But I think the fire truck is significant enough where it may be something we want to, issue ourselves, if that's the question. But we would probably want to analyze it one against the other,
Yeah.
So and figure out what's the best thing to do is. But in the past, it has been to use our rating and to get the better, I guess, financing that way. There are costs, you got to add the costs in. There are costs to that you don't have with the main bond bank. So I think we should do an analysis and see which is better, but it's probably going to be bonding ourselves.
Any other questions on debt service? I see none. Public comment? Do we have any public out there?
The only one that would qualify as public would be Bob Jones.
Okay.
And Bob Jones has been invited to, I guess, be a part of the committee, subject to selectman appointment. I don't see his picture there, but he's there, I think. There he is.
Bob. Thanks. What's that? I don't. Let's go to Budget Finance Committee comments. Do we have any? Dennis?
Well, I'm just curious, when the chief talked about the rescue, does that get added in automatically because it was missed, or do we have, how does that process work? This 75,000 that's usually in the CIP for it that was eliminated or missed?
We would make an adjustment. I mean, that was an error between the request and the finance office. So we would put that back into the next iteration of the budget. Yeah.
Okay, just curious.
And of course, it's all subject to review and approval by the board, but there are going to be some adjustments up and down. This is a particularly peculiar year that way. I mean, as I said, we've got to figure out what we're going to do when the library comes in about that. And, I think we have some things that we can, talk about taking out of this budget for sure. But that's going to be, I guess, when we get to the deliberative process. I have some suggestions on that, but we're not there yet. But it wouldn't be that one. This one's an error omission, correction of an error omission.
Well, the reason I asked that question is if we're going to be looking at a combination engine rescue and also an ambulance, and going along with the previous question of bonding, would you put those two together?
You could do that.
I mean, if you're talking about that same length of time or whatever, it's just, would that be the right time to do that?
The question I would have for the chief would be, I mean, on an ambulance, you typically would have at least a 10, maybe a 15-year bond. What's the life of the ambulance? It's more like 10, right?
Correct.
So I think if you could do that in a 10-year bond, that might make sense, as Rolf just pointed out. I mean, to figure out which is the best way to go. Maybe you should put those two capital items together. Possibly.
Thank you.
Look, we can look at that as a way to, spread out the cost and reduce the budget.
Thank you.
Good suggestion, Dennis, I think.
Any other budget finance committee comments? Any select board comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor? Thank you. See you at the next finding meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Raymond Planning Board for Wednesday, March 9th, 2022. The board does have a quorum and we will start with roll call. Ed, would you start us off?
Ed Cranich,
Kevin Woodbury.
Mike Angelo.
Mark Childs.
The board does have a quorum and we work from an established agenda. We have the approval of the minutes for the February 9th, 2022 meeting. We have some new business. And then the old business is a tabled application for Raymond Hills LLC. Followed by some planning communications, some code enforcement communications. Somewhere in here, I guess we'll just touch on the ordinance, if there's any issues on the ordinance reviews that we are working on. So our first order of business is then the acceptance of the February 9th, 2022 minutes. Does anybody have any additions, deletions, corrections?
I have a question on page 2, the second last paragraph. There's a reference to someone named Phil. I don't know who that is. Alex, that was something you stated. Who's Phil?
And that's the town attorney.
Okay. You think we should just add his last name so people know who it is?
I can do that if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments on the minutes?
No.
Move to accept with the change, adding Phil's last name.
Second.
What do we have to do? It's a voice vote because we're on Zoom. Ed?
Yes. Approve.
Approve. Greg?
Yes.
And Mark?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so the motion passes unanimously. And we're on to some new business. Jen does say no, but I have received communications from Kyle Bancroft that he has resigned from the board. Job plus family makes it really difficult for him to get to the meetings. So that is now a vacancy, and I think we do have somebody, Sandy, in the works that would like to join.
Yes, we do. I will get in touch with them and I'll the application.
Yeah, perfect. And then maybe get that to us for and invite that person to the next board meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Okay, old business. Our Raymond Hills LLC project. And we have no Jim. Or do we have a Jim? I'm showing no Jim.
Jim.
No Jim. Okay. So, for the project, we are pretty familiar with the project. I think then the best way to approach this, Dustin, you have Jim's latest memo?
Yes, I do. Yeah, the March 8th.
Yes, March 8th, for tonight's prep for tonight's meeting. Okay.
Yep, I do.
Okay. So I think first thing we have to do is we need a motion to take it off the table. So could I get somebody to make that motion?
I move to take the application off the table.
For consideration. Second, any discussion? All those in favor, voice vote again, please. Ed,
Aye.
yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Greg, yes.
Aye.
I would yes. So
Aye.
we're all, it is off the table. Dustin, I'm thinking with, we are lacking Jim. The best way to approach this is to go through Jim's memo. And address any of those issues that are in there, vice kind of how we normally do the intro to both. Does that sound okay with the board?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yes.
Yes.
All right. So if we start off with Jim's memo, I think it's just page 2. Item alpha.
Yep. Yeah, so on, so since we were last in front of the board, I mean, we had presented quite a bit of information, right before the last meeting. So I think this memo basically goes through and reviews that information. So, on page 2 on Jim's memo, on part A, I spoke with Jim today about this. He just wanted to make sure that, any conditions that were attached to the state permits for the septic system are included on the subdivision plan. So we do have a note on there related to that. So it was more just a make sure that that information was on there. So I believe we have addressed that comment.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think he had anything under B and C.
Well, I think if B and C was are the water, I think you've met that, right? Fire department's okay with 2 gallons per minute flow. Wayne, are you okay?
Yes, we're okay with the fire flow.
Okay. And I agree, we're all set with item C. So item delta.
Okay. So moving on to item D on page 3, on soil and erosion. Jim just had a comment at the bottom there that he just wanted some on-site monitoring during construction. So if that's something that Jim's firm wants to do, or if that's something that we need to get a third party involved with, we're not opposed to whatever the town feels is appropriate as far as construction monitoring. So
for environmental type stuff, which just sounds like it is, we've used the Cumberland County Conservation Commission to come and monitor. Does that sound okay with you, Dustin?
Yep. Yeah, we can do a contract directly with Cumberland County Soil and Water. That way we pay them to do their inspections and they send us the bill, or if they want to do it as an escrow. And we'll coordinate that with Chris Baldwin. That's fine.
Okay. Is that okay with the board? Any problems?
Sounds good.
Okay. Echo, unreasonable public congestion.
Yep. So on that section, there was one comment that Jim had put in here, just mentioning that there was another driveway just to the north of the entrance that he wanted shown on the plans. When I talked to him today, he thought that was just a leftover comment from a previous memo, because there's only one driveway to the north that is on Suzanne Boris property, and it is shown on the subdivision plan and the plan and profile drawings. So I think Jim was satisfied based on our conversation today that that's already been addressed. And then otherwise, it was just, we had provided some traffic data as far as what the anticipated trip generation would be for the project. And DOT has issued their driveway entrance permit, so we're not anticipating any congestion or traffic related issues.
Excuse me 1 minute. Bob, I just spoke to Jim. He's working on signing in now.
Oh, perfect. I think let's just keep on going. Okay. I think we're doing fine. Foxtrot, adequate soil, sewage waste disposal. It's private waste disposal, right? for trash.
Correct. So we do think it's appropriate that there be some sort of a condition of approval or a note that just states that, trash hauling will be private, and it'll be, individual curbside pickup for each of the units because there's no dumpster anymore, but that it would be private and there's no anticipation that it would be, town provided, dumpster removal services or anything. So.
And the cost associated with that is going to get rolled into the condo document?
Correct. Yeah. They'll have to pay for that. They'll have to go out and contract for it, every year or whatever they do it. So that'll just be completely separate from the town, and they'll pay for it 100%.
Okay. And the septic systems?
Yep. Yeah. Jim just had some concerns just to make sure that there was adequate separation between the buildings to be able to get in and around the leach fields, to be able to pump the septic tanks and things like that. So when he and I talked about it today, maybe he'll hop on here in a minute, but he seemed to be okay with how the buildings are spaced out. I mean, most of these buildings have about 30 feet of separation between them, so there's plenty of room to move in and around with like a small excavator or a skid steer if they had to go in and repair a septic system. And we have a dedicated access road that'll be like a reinforced turf road that's being built in between units 14 and 15 to get out and around up towards that engineered septic system, and then around the stormwater filter basins down to the outlets of those so that they can all be maintained.
Okay. Was that his concern about the drainage behind units 14 and 15?
Yeah, he was just making sure that, there was going to be adequate access in and around those units, because there is some drainage that runs down behind those buildings. But where we have reinforced ground area, it'll be, capable of, it's not going to make a big mess if a small piece of equipment had to get back there to do some maintenance.
Okay. As far as the board goes, if you guys have questions, please jump in as we go along here. Item golf, unreasonable burden of the ability of the town of Raymond to dispose of solid waste sewage. I think that one is all right.
Yep.
Hotel.
Yeah, I mean, this condo type projects won't have a big demand on municipal governmental services. They usually don't have kids in the school systems, or, all the roads are private. So we didn't see any big demand there. Certainly have been working with fire department to make sure they have adequate access into the facility, so it wouldn't be an unreasonable burden for emergency service to be able to service the property.
Okay, and DEP has already come back. Is that stormwater? So we're all set there?
Yep, yeah, DEP's approved. Yep. And then section I has to do with the scenic and natural beauty of the area, and we did consult with all the state agencies for Maine Historic Preservation, Maine Natural Areas, and just to make sure there wasn't any registered areas in and around the proximity. We did actually go out as well once that additional land was acquired next door. We went back out and basically surveyed that entire lot as well, just to make sure the survey encompassed the whole project.
Okay. Jay.
So in the second paragraph of section J in the review section, it just references a note to be added on the plan related to the driveway curb cut access to Krista Tish's property. And so, we're in complete agreement to construct a driveway in that in the location where we had provided a sketch to the town, kind of showing where that driveway would go. The reason we didn't show it on the final plans was that we just wanted, this is something that we're basically kind of working with the neighbor on the location of that driveway entrance. And, in the event that he decided she wanted to slide it one way or the other, we just didn't want to have it be something that's on like a subdivision plan. But to the extent that we want to include any sort of, commitment, is fine with us. I know the town's attorney has been working with Ms. Kish's attorney to come to some sort of agreed upon language that would allow this curb cut to be installed and provide access to that rear lot, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that that lot would be eligible for a building permit. It would have to go through a zoning review if and when they apply for a building permit. But we think it would be appropriate to have that condition on the plan that just states that lot can access Honey Hill Lane, but that any building permits would have to be reviewed in the future.
Justin, what about the road maintenance costs? Is the two properties that are going to have access to those roads part of that process of the cost, the plowing and costs in particular, and the road maintenance itself?
I mean, right now, the way that the condo association documents are prepared is that the condo is going to be responsible for, all the costs with maintaining that road. That's something that, until such a time there's a dwelling on there, I don't know that we need to, go into that as far as this project goes. As far as the town's concerned, the condo will be completely responsible for maintaining the road. So that's how it's worded. So Jim did have one other comment, just to make sure that we had a boundary survey completed for that additional land that is to be added into the project. We did have that entire 60-acre lot next door surveyed, and we provided a copy of that survey to Jim today with the surveyor's stamp on it, just so the town can have it for their files. The surveyor it was the same surveyor that performed the survey on our lot and the 60-acre lot next door, and that surveyor will be the one stamping the subdivision plan. So that'll certify all the boundary information as being accurate and correct on the final plan that goes to the board for signatures.
Okay. I think you've already taken care of the financial capacity, I believe, right? For item K?
Yep.
Okay. Right.
I think item L doesn't apply, I believe. I don't think there's any development other than that first little section of roadway that comes in. The rest of the development is more than is outside the shoreline zone. So there are some road standards.
But that, I guess, part of the road is, right? That wasn't a problem.
Yeah. So that first couple hundred feet of road coming in is inside the shoreline zone, and so it just needs to meet the slope requirements, which it does.
Okay. All right. What do we have to M?
Yep. Section M has to deal with affecting the quality or quantity of groundwater and aquifers. We've got all of our, we've completed HHE 200 septic designs on everything. We have all of our state approvals on the leach fields, and we've also done a nitrate analysis, which includes all of the leach fields that are proposed on the site, showing that we contain the safe drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter of nitrates on the property without crossing over the boundaries.
Right.
All that information has been submitted.
And in November is not applicable. Over Oscar P.
There are no wetlands on the property. We did have a reviewed, and we provided a letter to the town from a wetland scientist indicating they've looked at it and that there aren't any wetlands.
Well, let's skip down to Q, Quebec.
Yeah, so on Q,
the concerns that Jim and I talked about today is it's really around the construction monitoring side of things and erosion controls. He just wants to make sure that if groundwater is encountered during construction, that there's adequate measures put in place to deal with that groundwater, both from a initial dewatering standpoint and also from a like a long-term removal of groundwater in the area of some of the sub-bases of the gravels. So the way Jim and I discussed today as kind of what we thought would be the best way to do it was, just to have, in this case, Cumberland County Soil and Water would be doing the inspections during construction. And, if groundwater is encountered, then we would, notify them and propose a solution as to how we would deal with it in that kind of localized areas. Because what we found is it's very difficult to determine if you are going to have groundwater issues, and if you are, where those locations are going to be. It's just one of those situations that as you get into construction, you may open up a vein that channelizes some groundwater and you have to deal with it. So while there is a hill here, it was more, he just wanted to put everybody on notice that that's something that needs to be looked at. And it's something that we deal with on a regular basis, because you really can't get adequate compaction in the roadways and prep it for paving unless you've got all the water out of the road. So we're very interested in handling water during construction and for the long term.
Okay. I think that wraps up Jim's comments on the third section. Yep. For the board, does anybody have any questions? The first part, the review. Everybody happy? Nice. Greg, you're happy? Sorry, Dustin.
You talking to me?
Yeah, no, yes. Yeah, I want to make sure you're still awake, Greg.
Oh, you caught me sleeping, huh?
I know two items that weren't, I didn't see them listed here in the memo, but it was something that was kind of a carryover from the last meeting and something we addressed in the application. But there were two waiver requests that I believe the board needs to act on for the dead end road standard and the number of units.
Right.
So be an action item that I don't know if we want to go through the full memo or if we want to stop and talk about that while we're in the subdivision section.
It really makes no difference. We could do it right now. We could do I think the first one is a pretty, the extension of the road. We've done that waiver a number of times. I don't think that's an issue. Alex, do we have any, we don't have anything from the attorney, do we, on the 25, 26? We can indeed waive that?
On the number of units, is that what you asked?
Yep.
We may. Hold on one second. Let me see. I know we got something from him last month. I just want to pull it back up.
Okay.
If you want to move on, I can let you know when I found something.
Okay. Yeah, I will do that. Mr. Kennedy, are you there?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. If you've been talking, I assume you've been talking with our town attorney. Have you discussed how that lot is going to be incorporated into the subdivision?
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't been able to actually discuss it with Phil. I put a couple emails out to him and I haven't heard back. I think he was on vacation for part of it. And I'm guessing when he came back from vacation, he had a mountain of work. So I put together language, and I know Dustin said he's fine with it, and I think Jim said he's fine with it. I would, my preference would be to get Phil's, the town attorney's sign off on it as well. But I mean, from my perspective, I have no problem with the waiver, but I'm looking at it from a different perspective than Phil might be. I suspect you're able to still do it for what it's worth, but that's
right.
Yep. Bob, I do have an answer for that question. I did chat with Phil about this, and he's okayed, I believe it's the language that, Bill, you had proposed last, which was, this curb cut is included with the understanding and intent that an additional dwelling unit can be accessed on this lot by Honey Hill Lane via this curb cut, provided that the additional dwelling unit satisfies all applicable zoning requirements, which was what Dustin had said earlier, I believe. So Phil said that that language is fine from his perspective.
And that's what I had proposed, so it's fine with me as well.
Okay, so is our waiver then for 26 units? Or 25 units?
25.
Hey.
And Bob, just to go back to that, Phil had said it was fine to exceed the 25 as long as they put in writing the waiver request, what they were looking for, and you guys approved it, obviously.
Right. So Jim, go with 25 now and not including the Kirsch lot?
Yeah, because we don't know, the Kirsch lot has to kind of stand on its own because it'll have its own zoning requirement. So that one should just be exempt anyway. So just go with 25 and we'll exempt because we have the note for the Kirsch lot that we've agreed to.
Okay. Is that all right with you, Mr. Kennedy? Is that we do that?
I mean, as long as we get to the same place, I would feel a little better if we did it the other way, where it was just counting ours as the 26th. I think that kind of connects the dots a little more, rather than saying that there's an exemption where we otherwise fit in. I mean, the big picture is if Krista ends up developing that lot, she just doesn't want to have to go back to you all for approval to, you know, get access via the curb cut that's shown on the plan. So
Rob, maybe we word it just that it's 25 along with the possibility of one lot for Kirsch, something to that effect. I just don't want 26 to be the number that development gets. It has to be 25 plus one.
Yeah, because if we go to 26, it actually pulls that lot into the
right.
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 We don't need to do that.
Right. Just go 25 plus the one.
Okay. 25.
25 for the development, one for the addition, one potentially for the Kirsch lot.
But with that language, we really don't need the plus one, right?
Yeah, I just worry that when we write it up, we just have to be careful. That's all, because we're saying that the Kirsch lot is part of the development, and I don't want that.
Okay.
The Kirsch lot stands alone from the development. It doesn't follow it's not part of the subdivision. That's why I just want to make sure it's not part of the subdivision. It's a standalone split at some point down the road. We say 26, we're including it as part of the subdivision.
Right. Okay.
Maybe we just say specifically that 25 lots in the subdivision and then the additional Hertz lot. I mean, we actually explain it verbally.
Yep. That makes me feel a little better. Same accomplishment, just wordsmithing.
That rear lot is actually a separate tax lot. I mean, it's map 51 lot 22B. So you could even reference it as its own separate tax lot if you wanted to do it that way.
As long as that lot meets all configurations as a lot in the zone, has all the lot frontages, all the setbacks, everything like that. I don't know that right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so for the board, the road extension is not a waiver, is not a big deal. We've done that before, and I don't see us having any problems doing that again. My concern is on the waiver, is not so much doing the waiver, it's the language of the waiver. And personally, I think that might be better that we have that language in front of us that we're voting on, by voting on the discussion of what it's going to look like. That's just my feeling. And I go either way with what the board's thinking. I don't think that we will get to a final approval of this meeting, so it would not hold anything up. But, just my thoughts, and I'm happy to go the other way if you guys think we could do it sufficiently without seeing it in writing in front of us. There,
I agree 100%. I think we ought to have that
Any
language in
thoughts on
front of
it?
us.
thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I want to see the language agree. before we finally approve it. Is it worthwhile to approve the concept today, since this is just a preliminary approval tonight? Approve the concept of these,
Waivers?
yeah, of the waivers pending the final, write-up and
The language. Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, I would, I think, and I'll let, Dustin, I took you, I think all of us are going to vote for the waiver. It's just a matter of the language that is how it's presented. So, I mean, we could do a vote that we intend to, but I think it might be, just take our word for it. I think everybody's in favor of it. I don't think anyone is opposed to it that I've heard. Dustin,
if that's, I guess my question is to the board, and I know, I'm sorry I missed the first few minutes here of this discussion, but if there are other items you have that you aren't comfortable voting it for final approval, if this is the only big item you have for approval, I think we can wordsmith it tonight. But if you have other items, then I won't push for it.
Okay, so let's take the road extension and get that out of the way. So we need a motion to waiver the 1,000 foot dead end road requirements. What are we extending it to, Dustin? 15, 16?
Yeah, it's about 1,600 feet, I think.
15. So do I have a motion to accept that waiver?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay, thanks. And I don't have that waiver written in front of me, but I think I've already read it once. We do have a hard copy, Jim, or Alex, of that waiver request?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
Okay.
It was in the packet from Dustin. Hold on, I have to get it out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read it too. I just want to make sure we have it in hard copy.
Yep, we have it in hard copy.
Yeah, it's in the cover letter from the February 16th response.
Okay.
So the very end of the cover letter, page 3 of his cover letter. It was for Article 10, Section 385 and Article 10, Section 386.
Okay, so we have a motion for the waiver. It's been seconded. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Who did I not get? Mike, Kevin, did I hear you?
Yes, aye.
Okay, and I vote yes, so the motion passes, that waiver is approved. So Jim, just as a recap, for those that are time challenged, we've gone through the first part of your memo, blow by blow. Are there any specific items in that A through T that were not in your memo that you are concerned about or think need to be highlighted to make sure we address?
I think the only thing that is probably going to be the most critical thing is that we have third-party field inspection during the construction.
Yeah, we set that up.
There's going to be some field assessments we're going to have to make, possibly with groundwater, and it's a DEP condition as well.
Okay.
That, and the only other one that I have that I don't know if Dustin went over was he's got these walls behind a couple of these condominium units, these steep stone walls. And I don't know if we've got a detail on that or not, or Dustin, I don't know if you went over that or not, but those are some pretty high walls. I know you and I talked today about maybe stepping those down, but we just need to see that prior to construction.
Yeah, that was in the site plan section that we hadn't quite jumped into yet, but
okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think so talking about the second waiver, I think we have kind of two that are very related things going on, but they're a little bit separate. We have the waiver request, which for the 25 or 26 units, what the waiver request is for is actually for the second street connection. So the way I was looking at it was that, you know, we presented the project as a 25 unit condo with, there's basically 2 lots who also have rights to this right of way. And that the finding would basically just be that a second road connection is not required. And it doesn't necessarily say, you know, 26 units or 25, we can attach whatever we want to it. But I think that the other item had to do with the condition of approval, which had to do with the curb cut construction and when that would be built and whether it would provide access to that land. So we kind of have like the 2 things going on, one being wording of a condition of approval, and then the other one being the actual waiver request.
Right.
So you could word that waiver request as to waive the requirement for a second road connection based on the application before you.
And that's how we worded it when we wrote it.
Yeah, which would be the 25 lots plus the one for Kirsch, because that's in the application. It's for the road. He is correct. This is for the road, the second road.
Right. And
I guess be able to document that pretty good in the findings as to what exactly we're approving. 25 units plus the one specific lot there.
Yeah, and I think you could word it just like we talked about. This is the allowance of 25 lots for the development plus 1 for the abutter to access off the common road and waive the requirement of the connection, the second connection.
Okay, so why don't we go with that, your plan, Jim, there? Why don't we push ahead and we'll work on some verbiage for the waiver for the motion. And then if we get to that, we'll come back and we'll do that motion. Sound good? All right. Well, actually, you'll be doing 2 things now, Jim. Can you also go through the site plan review standard with us?
Just a second here to grab my memo. Okay, the site plan review memo. We went through all the subdivision. Okay, preservation of landscaping. I don't know if you went through this with the subdivision. I just had a concern that we're kind of thin on one property line. I was hoping we could get some fencing or some kind of screening on that one common line. Obviously had nothing with relation to buildings and the environment. Vehicular access, that would really be the fire department's concern as far as making sure they have adequate turnaround space, which I believe you have a memo that says that.
Yeah, Wayne's okay with that.
Yep, you've added more spaces for parking. That meets what we would requested. You have a DEP permit for the surface water drainage. You have a letter from the Poland Water District with regards to utility. Are you guys satisfied with the portable generator for the pump station?
Yeah, that was a point of discussion as to how that actually is going to work.
Yeah, because I think with the documentation that Dustin had, you know, obviously when the power goes out, your water consumption of a lot of utensils in your home drops. And I don't know if they actually provided, but I think I estimated you'd have something like probably a 12-hour window if everybody was using all their water and flushing all their toilets and everything still, which they could because you're on public water. You'd probably have somewhere between half a day and a day's worth of capacity in that pump station before you start running into problems. If everybody was, flushing. Then they'd have to pull